calling the meeting to order of the West Newbury Selectboard for Monday, March 28th, 2022. Sorry, we're a little late. Once again, 7:25 p.m. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on the local cable channels and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation via Zoom, and you can call into the Zoom meeting if you're if somebody's watching this on cable right now and wanted to participate in the Zoom meeting. They could call into the Zoom meeting on phone number 646-558-8656, and then regardless of whether they want to join by phone or online on their computer, the meeting ID is 894-2688-6231 with a passcode of 058058. Okay, West Newbury is recognized as 2021 Tree City, as a 2021 Tree City by the organization Tree City USA. Fred Shinanya is here as chair and representing the tree committee, and so kudos to the tree committee. Kudos to Fred. Thanks.
Yeah, it'll be great. We'll get all sorts of signage, I hope.
Yeah, great, good. So is that like signage that has been discussed in possibly being added, say, in Mill Pond area for tree identification?
It's sort of like the green community.
Yeah.
I imagine we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah.
Once we do, I'll.
Oh, what I meant is like individual tree identification signage. You know.
No. It's a sign that is posted somewhere that says West Newbury is a tree city.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Before Council on Aging deals and events and activities, go to the town website, and that's all listed there under the Council on Aging page. There's a bunch of programming going on now. It's increased over the course of the last 2 or 3 months. So if that's something that's of interest, please take a look at it on the town website. So we're putting out a call for interest to serve on the Board of Fire Engineers. The Board of Fire Engineers are reappointed each year. I should say appointed or reappointed each year in the month of April. Our current plan will be to for appointments to be made on April 28th, which is our April 25th, which is the Select Board's second meeting in April. So those who are currently on the call fire department who are interested in participating or becoming a member of the Board of Fire Engineers, of which there are 3, should submit their interest. Angus, I guess that should be submitted to your office.
Or it could be submitted to the Select Board email account, but if it's dropped off in hard copy, drop it in my office, the clerk's office, or the Select Board office. It'll all get to the same place.
Great, thanks. Then, as always, is a call for volunteers for a variety of positions on committees. You can go to the town website, wnewbury.org/volunteer. There is currently an opening again on the Finance Committee. Of course, the Finance Committee just has 1 or 2 more meetings scheduled prior to town meeting, so that may not be the most relevant right now, but it certainly will be going forward. And there are a number of other committees where there are currently vacancies. Also, it's worth pointing out that for the upcoming election at the beginning of May, that There is one position for which there's nobody currently that's going to be on the ballot. Nobody took out papers for the open Parks and Rec position. Although it's too late to take out papers, it's not too late to think about whether you'd like to put your name out there as a write-in candidate. And you can subscribe to the town website for news and announcements at any time. Again, at wnewbury.org/subscribe.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Sure, please.
I just wonder, we cover the experts here, people might know, I just wanted to know if we've heard anything about when the Rocks Village Bridge might be examined, and the public might want to know about that, yeah.
Nothing more than what we have shared on social media. So unless you have.
Anything, I go by there daily, I don't see anybody out there looking around. I really don't know what the game plan is. I'm assuming they're gonna have to come up with something before all the people that store their boats up in Haverhill want to get them to Newburyport.
So is there somebody at Mass Dot that we can put some pressure on? Because this is even a worse situation than when the bridge was up before, because now we have the Middle Street Bridge closed. So one less means of entrance and egress from the town is available, and so
The damages, I see it from this latest incident, is the worst I've seen.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It looks worse than the other one, but I'm not an engineer,
Yeah.
so yeah.
I can try to make some inquiries this week with MassDOT, Angus's office, he has a contact there.
Yeah, I mean,
think we really should put some pressure on people to.
yeah, the information I have is for the DOT legislative liaison, Dan Fielding. I think you have his info as well. And, we got a note that I think I'd sent to you guys a couple of Saturdays ago. That's the most recent information we had, which really didn't offer anything substantively beyond the press release that had gone out, I think 2 days before that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with we need to keep the pressure on. My guess is though that they're busily trying to understand the best way to go about, first understanding what the damage really is. And although I haven't witnessed anybody out there, I'm pretty confident MassDOT is either, MassDOT members of the agency or members of or employees of a contracting engineering firm have been out looking, evaluating the damage. But yeah,
We don't know that. So.
Well, though, I mean, they did, in at least one note, they indicated that they were already in the process of trying to get, their information together. But yeah, I mean, we can ask for an update, that makes sense. But yeah, it's worse than, this was a lot of damage. Yeah, and I wonder if they'll be able to, after Memorial Day, when the bridge has to be open, I don't know what they're gonna do, if they're gonna swing it wide open and just leave it there for the summer, or if it's even safe to do that, I have no idea. Do anything else about that?
Well, no, but we do have a thing that the
special event.
the vent goes right over it.
Right, yeah, yes, I noticed that. So, okay.
Sorry, but I thought it was important that.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks. So we received notice of police department accreditation, and it's important that we recognize the effort by Sergeant Johnson and Chief Duran in making that happen, and keeping us up to snuff.
No, it's been a good department to get reaccredited. It's a ton of work. And Sergeant Johnson worked tirelessly to get through this. it included police reform items as well, with policies that could be readjusted. And how many months?
All started February of 2020, just before everything fell apart.
But it's a 40-hour-a-week deal. It really is, and a lot of effort went into it. Not only by Jay, but other department members as well. So one of them recognized.
Yeah, great, good.
Oh, congratulations, and thank you, John. That's great.
Yeah, thanks for the effort. It's great.
So what percentage of like small town forces even get this done?
Under police reform, they have to at least be certified. So most towns are in the process of that. I'm not sure of a particular number for the county, but at the last chief's meeting, there was only 5 or 6 towns recognized as being reaccredited or certified. So it's something that needs to be done anyways. So accreditation is a step above certification. So we're at the top level of our policies and procedures.
Great.
That's great.
So we're kind of out in the lead, not that it's a race, but you know, we were sort of leading the pack as it was before getting reaccredited.
Correct.
Yeah, right. So I would think that would, from sort of a morale standpoint, that's a real positive.
It's, people are proud of, work on departments that are accredited.
Yeah.
They look at it, I think, a little differently than other departments. But like I said, everyone's trying to get on the same page now with police reform. And, everyone that needs to be certified.
Great. Good. Well, thanks.
No problem. Thanks for Jay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So do you at least get a little plaque or?
He doesn't want anything that says accreditation around him.
Yeah, I'm all set with accreditation right now, thank you very much.
Yeah. I don't want to break from accreditation.
It's, so we have 200 plus separate items that need to be punched. Add that on top of, we have just our own policies and procedures. We have 113 of those. I personally updated probably 50, give or take, policies and procedures in the process. So there was I gained 30 pounds and got agile, so it's great.
And they have the accreditation, they have a group that comes in and goes through every policy and procedure and go everything. You can't believe how in depth it goes. That
Horrified.
has to get reviewed by the commission. So and they finally, they have a lot of departments they're looking at now. But finally, at the end of February, we were approved again for 3 more years.
So are there 1 or 2 sort of standout areas that were either most satisfying to get done or most frustrating to have to deal with?
Nothing stands out. The whole process is just a process. It's the things that you're required to account for are a lot of the stuff are things you just don't really think of.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head. So we have a generator outside the station that automatically tests every Wednesday. I have to make sure our dispatcher logs that or I'm in violation of the policy. It's little nitpicky. In the end, it's a ensures that we're doing our job correctly, professionally, to the standard that we are.
Yeah.
So it's good for us. It's good for town.
Great.
It's a slog.
Yeah.
It's definitely a slog.
Yeah.
So the problem with a small department like this is that you go to larger departments, they have accreditation. They have officers who all they do is accreditation. So I'm the accreditation manager, in addition to being a ship supervisor, whatever else.
Yeah.
On my ship. So I did have a lot of help, a lot of people. It doesn't happen by itself, certainly doesn't happen by itself. It requires the cooperation of a lot. Credit where credit's due, Dan Senior got us certified, and got us our initial accreditation. I found out after the fact that the first reaccreditation, which is what this was for us, is the worst one, because the first certification is easy. You're just proving you're gonna do the things now. First accreditation is a little harder because there's more things to do. So just proving you're going to do it. The first reaccreditation is proof that you actually can do it.
Okay,
Standards.
okay, so you promise you're gonna do it, now you
Sure.
need to
Now
prove that
you
you've actually followed through.
Demonstrate that you have.
Yeah, yeah, well, that's, I guess it shows you're on your game, so that's good. Great, well, thanks. Guess we need, some other recognition, but I'm not quite sure what it would be.
Well, we have a new plaque for the lobby of the station.
Okay.
So we get
Yes, we do.
a picture of Jay standing.
Okay.
We don't have to.
It's okay, Jen Solis is gonna ask for the photo.
We'll get it to
I'll
him.
talk to you.
Great, okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right.
Great.
Good night, folks.
Thank you,
Thanks.
have a good night. Okay, and next we have a request for appointment of reserve police officers Nicholas Holmes and Justin Boleski.
Okay, they just finished up with background checks and all the testing. Again, that was known over the past months with fighting to keep our reserves, hire more reserves. So both of these reserves, one's a full-time firefighter in Lynn, but he has completed the Reserve Officer Academy. And he has previous police experience at college. And Justin is employed full-time at the Essex County Sheriff's Department. He's a K-9 handler. Like I said, I feel, we've had some pretty good luck with the Sheriff's Department. People we've hired recently, working a lot of shifts, pretty squared away. So I think both of these individuals bolster the reserve numbers on the department.
Great.
So has Justin completed the reserve officer?
Yeah, he has a full-time Sheriff's Academy.
Oh, so that, okay.
So he's-
I wasn't sure about the
Yeah.
sheriff's department. how that compared.
I make a motion to appoint as reserve police officers Nicholas Holmes, Justin Boleski for a term ending June 30th, 2022.
Second. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Thanks, Scott.
Get the 15-day on the dispatcher.
All right. So, move to waive the 15-day waiting period for the appointment of Caitlin Bradstreet as DPW administrative assistant, and for appointment of William Kennedy as part-time dispatcher.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thanks a lot, Jim. Okay, next we have a special event permit request for the Alzheimer's Association, ARP. And that's scheduled for June 4th, 2022.
Yes, and we do have Mark LeBlanc here.
Hi, Mark, how are you? You're muted.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep, yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, but Mark, I guess the first thing is Dave Archibald, select board member on my left, already pointed out, the Bratz Village Bridge, which your route is shown across is currently not open. And you'd be pretty confident it's not going to be open by June 8th based on, or June 4th, based on the feedback or what we've heard so far.
Okay. Yeah, I went and looked while you guys were talking. While you guys were talking, I went and looked at the article in the local paper. So yes, I see that. Would you happen to have any any other options that you might suggest, considering, it's the route that's been in existence for some time? So we're just, that caught us kind of quite a surprise there, obviously.
Right, yeah, I think it's caught everybody by surprise.
Yes.
And, so your two options are, there is it would be quite a rerouting either way. There is the Bates Bridge in Haverhill.
Right.
And then I don't recall what your other river crossing, because I assume you have two river crossings if you're starting and ending at the same spot. And then the next bridge, well, there's the chain bridge, Hines Bridge combination between Amesbury and Newburyport.
Okay.
Or there's the interstate bridge, the Whittier Bridge with the trail. Boy, I'm going to blank on.
I can look at all of them. I just wanted
the Garrison Trail is on the I-95 bridge, and it's it's a multi-use trail. It's for riders, runners, walkers.
Okay.
So those are really your two options. Unfortunately, each one is probably one's probably 5 miles upriver and the other one's probably 5 miles downriver. So
right.
There's not a pretty picture there, no matter how you look at it.
I don't know if do we know if it would be closed to pedestrians and bicycles? I don't know. What's the status of that now? I don't know.
It's closed.
Everything?
They haven't taken an assessment of the full structure.
Yeah, maybe it's worth us asking Mass Dot if it can be used by pedestrians, by runners. I'm going to guess, for liability reasons, I imagine they'll say no. But
Bikes.
I guess, say again.
Bikes, not pedestrians.
Oh yeah, bikes. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I would appreciate that. I mean, just to check and see what they would say to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can check on that.
Great.
We can check on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to check back, in a couple of days or so, I guess, or Angus, I suppose you can decide.
Yeah, we'll see what we can find out from DOT.
Okay.
And
Just communicate with Annie through Annie with you guys. Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I was looking forward to this call. So wasn't expecting the surprise, but we'll work through it.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, good. Yeah, I hope you find, ideally you'd be able to follow the current plan, but
Right.
as an alternate, I hope you're able to piece together a good alternate using those other options as crossings.
Right. Well, the town of West Newbury has been a big supporter for years, so we appreciate it. So anything that you can guide me in, otherwise I'll start looking at other options and then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
so you haven't taken a vote yet?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I guess I'm not, at this point, we're not, I guess we can't approve a route because we don't know a route.
Right.
But I would move that we issue a special event permit for the ALZ bike ride on the 4th, assuming that there is an appropriate route that can be cited through town. And if the route does change, you would need to come back for us to look at the route.
Yes, I do understand.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so we have a request to establish a gift account for the Historical Society.
Historical Commission.
Historical Commission, excuse me. So this is a gift account to accommodate any money that might come in as, you know, from an outside source as a gift to the Historical Commission. I guess it's similar to a number of other accounts that we currently have for other purposes, you know, other commissions or, you know, just other town bodies. And so we have wording for a motion here. Does anybody have any other thoughts, questions? No, okay. So I move to establish the West Newbury Historical Commission gift account in accordance with provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and I guess we should do these separate motions. So is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I move to accept gift funds for said West Newbury Historical Commission gift account and authorize the expenditure of such funds for the purpose of furthering the commission's programs, preserving and promoting town history. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Great, okay.
Okay, great. We'll, think, after the meeting, Jim's got the form for you to sign. We'll provide that to the town accountant to set up the account.
Okay, great. Okay, Fred, you're on for discussion of the Emerald Dashboard.
I have a handout here for you guys.
Is this worth less than $50?
It's under the gift account amount. I've checked. The gold plated ones we're keeping for ourselves. You know, you can tell the former government people. I thought of that.
Is it,
You know,
is
it's
it,
like how
is it the
crazy.
same color as the emerald? It's emerald.
No, we don't like that.
what they did is they harvested emerald ash.
Melted them into dye.
Well,
Fred, I do have the report I can put up on the screen if there's anything you want to refer to, and I can do a screen share.
probably not.
Okay.
I want to go over just a few quick announcements, just to let you know what's what. We obviously have the Tree City USA approval, which is great, and hopefully that will lead to not only recognition, but maybe an avenue towards getting grant funds. In that regard, you may recall that a couple of years ago, you gave us permission, or we were awarded a certain amount of money from the town budget with the idea that we would seek reimbursement because that amount in the budget allowed us to apply for a matching grant from Department of Conservation and Recreation. And lo and behold, after doing all the paperwork, $1,410, I think was the amount, arrived from the state in the last couple of weeks. So
Cool.
yeah, so there we go. We also may, and I believe the chances are good, have a champion black oak in town for the state. This is a sort of a big deal amongst the tree people. Another member of the tree committee and I went out with the state foresters about 3 or 4 weeks ago and did measurements on the trees. They did their measurements, which coincided pretty well with the measurements that I had taken earlier. And I think we are, there's a point system and we are, I believe, well above the next one in line, assuming that the list is up to date. So it's now somewhere in the hierarchy of decision makers or whatever they are at DCR. So we'll see. It'll be very nice.
So so there's, there's girth and height.
Girth, height, and crown spread.
Ground spread.
Yeah.
And so this appears to be
Yes,
top
and,
dog all the way across.
oh, you bet.
So you win the golden acorn.
And yeah, the golden acorn, this is exactly right. Not made of emerald ash.
Right.
And I've also then, because. I
Is it a secret where it's located?
Well, it's on somebody's private property, and I haven't checked with this person about whether they want people traipsing on her property.
Okay.
So, once we figure out if this is the state champion,
Yeah.
what kind of access they want. I've nominated two others, one of which is down at Riverbend, a Tupelo, and the other of which is on private property. It's a balsam popper right here in town. So we'll see. But it's just, it's a fun thing to do, and the foresters really like getting out and poking around with big trees, as do I.
So, did you, with that tree, did you do a core or anything to aid it?
No, but the estimate is at least 275 years old,
Wow.
based on growth rate and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, here a long time.
yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it really is cool. And if you visit the tree, it's remarkable.
Yeah.
It really is. It's a big one.
Wow.
So, just a heads up, you'll see a lot more publicity about Arbor Day events coming up. Arbor Day is April 29th. I think it's the last Friday in April. We celebrated on that Saturday. And we're going to have the tree giveaway like we did last year. We should have about 200 trees to give away, all native trees. And between 10 and 12, we'll do that on the library grounds. We set up a table there and people just come by and pick up trees for free. And
What kind of trees?
don't know yet, because Bartlett's tree experts order some, and I left my list of ones that we ordered from New Hampshire. Some oaks, some alternate leaf dogwoods, but I'm just going from.
No tubelos?
I don't think so. We'll see. I don't believe so. But the key is, so that's between 10 and 12 on that day. And then we'll be leading a tree walk for residents around Mill Pond from 12 to 1:30 on that day. So we'll have some celebrations, and if we can do something with Tree City USA, we'll fold that in as well.
Okay.
And you'll see more on that as we come up, as the event comes closer. Also, we're working with the Mill Pond Committee to set up the tree trail around Mill Pond. We've gotten the route approved by them, and we're figuring out which trees we have markers on them, and we're just working on the signage for the trees. And so the signs will have a picture of the leaf, it'll have the name, and then a little bit about the natural history of the tree. It's really good for habitat, or the way you identify it is as follows. And I don't know if it's going to be done by Arbor Day, but it would be nice if it was, but I doubt it. So that's another thing we're doing.
So it's actually the Arbor Day celebration, and it's actually Saturday the 30th, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And we're also working with the Pentucket Environmental Club. They're doing a poster development, not really a contest, but they're developing posters for us. And we're working with them on whether or not they may have some extra trees that will help them distribute. There are several things that we're working with on the Pentucket Environmental Club, which is a great thing. Yeah. So that's sort of all the tree news, if you will. And then you have the report here that is both encouraging and discouraging at the same time. And I won't belabor you with going through all the options that were looked at, but I'll give you sort of the bottom line, and which is there are 2 insect pests, one of which has arrived and is decimating our ash trees, the other one of which has not arrived. So we have, what can we do about an infestation that's currently, unfortunately, well underway, and the other is preventive in nature. On the Emerald ash borer, the nature of the insect pest is that it's hard to detect. You can't do broadcast spraying. The best you can do is keep a lookout on your ash trees. And if you start to see crown dieback, you inject them with a systemic pesticide. You cannot do aerial spraying. The insect hides essentially under the bark for several years. And so spraying doesn't do anything. You've got to get a systemic insecticide. So where we are in West Newbury is the infestation is rampant. As you well know, just take a look at the tree die-off on Pipestay. So the way forward is to continue to help homeowners understand the nature of the problem and to advise them if they have some ash trees that they can afford to inject. We have recommendations on what to do with that. We don't do it, obviously. It's tree companies do that. The focus of this report is what can we do as a town related to public properties. And the obvious public property there too, one of which is roadside and the other one of which is all the other public properties that may have ash trees. The first step that we're recommending here is to support Wayne's article about the tree survey, the roadside tree survey that is coming up on the ballot. Because the way the economics work is that if it costs maybe $200 to $300 to inject an ash tree, the cost for handling it when it's dead is tenfold more, about, let's just say, between $2,000 and $3,000, just rule of thumb. So if you can save the tree, you can save, let's say, 10 trees for the price of hauling, having to cut down one and hauling it away if you let it die. The problem is we have no database, we have no information on how many trees along our public roadways are infested to the point that it's too late and how many can we still save. So it's imperative that we get the survey done quickly, because if we can find some to inject, it's going to save us money in the long run. It's going to save Wayne money.
Yeah, so I got a question about that, sort of about that line of reasoning, and I understand exactly what you just said, but I guess my question is, it seems to me as though that that financial argument at some point in the future falls apart, because unless the infestation, peaks and then goes down essentially to zero, that becomes a recurring cost forever. Every year or two, having to treat each tree. And I'm not, don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't address it, but I'm just not sure that financial argument holds out. Once you get out in 10 years, if you're having to treat it every year or two, at some point the curves cross, the cost curves cross, and it's now costing me more to have preserved this tree, which is forever threatened, or does the threat diminish at some point? And is that information?
It's the right question, Rick. Are you buying into perpetual maintenance or not? And I don't know what the answer is. I don't think that municipalities like ours have a good answer yet. And unfortunately, we have among the worst infestations around. So what I would say is this. If you inject every other year, let's just say we do it 3 times, so that's 6 years. The hope is that by that time, the infestation will die down and those trees, we won't need to keep re-injecting those trees because they're not going to be reinfected by any hot spot somewhere that continues to give us the insects, that hopefully the insects will move on. It's not like a wave that moves through, but my understanding is that and it's really, I don't know of any good data, but my personal impression is that you're talking maybe 10 to 15 years, and then, you know, it's moved on elsewhere.
Yeah, so I mean, I actually wanted to ask about that specifically, because it, you know, so, in your report, it says that, it was first observed, was it Wisconsin, or where, in 2002? Was it Wisconsin or which state was it that it was first observed?
I don't know,
It was-
I'd have to look.
It was in the report, but, in any event, so, does anybody have data on where it is, where it was first absorbed, or observed, not observed, but where it was
Well,
first observed?
like-
And has it in fact, you know, if you look at it and it peaked and it dropped off, did it drop off effectively to zero? Because there was, you know, like the density of the trees was so low that it wouldn't sustain the beetle population, or the bug population anymore.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
and you're asking great research questions. The research is underway, as I
Yeah.
understand it, especially in the Midwestern states,
Yeah.
but nobody knows yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
Just like nobody has biocontrols yet, they're being tested now. You know, and that would be great if, you know, let's say 5 years from now, the state starts releasing, you know, on a broad, not on a research basis, but on a broad basis, some kind of insect that attacks the emerald ash borer, then we're in good shape. But all these are unknowns at this point, which is what makes it hard for us as a town when the trees are dying.
I was wondering if you, like lots of things in nature, you get, okay, there's say 5% of the ash trees that might be resistant, that they, you know, they've got some slight mutation that makes them resistant, but who knows, yeah.
Who knows, and the number that I hear tossed around, but again, it's just informal, is that a town like ours, for example, could expect to lose 90% of its ash trees. So we're talking, now that's not just along the roadways, that's everywhere. Yeah.
So, but that, you know, so, yeah, that was sort of my next question is, what survival do you know anything, have you heard anything? What, you know, what survival is there, and
Don't know.
and yeah, so we don't know yet.
No.
If there is any real long-term survival, or if they're just stragglers that just haven't bit the dust yet. Or also, does it affect young trees as well as older trees? So if you have, you know, if you have young stock, you know, saplings, are they too small for the insect to infect? And maybe they're the next generation that,
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it does not attack, and I forget what the caliper diameter is, the diameter of the tree is the caliper. What's stuck in my mind, but you know, I'd have to look it up, is below 5 inches. For whatever reason, the emerald ash borer doesn't attack it. As you get bigger, it does. So you're absolutely right that if the scourge passes by, eventually the remaining small saplings will grow up. The question though is that nobody knows, because we're not yet, we only have what, 10 or 15 years worth of people looking at this. That, okay, the scourge, that the height passes through, the saplings grow up, does it come back? Does it reinfect from where, you know, nobody knows.
Yeah.
We just don't have that kind of long-term information yet. So the best that I think we can do right now is to at least survey the road, the trees along the roadways. They are the most visible for everybody. And that's what everybody is always asked about. Well, why are all these trees dying? When I drive along, I see all the dead trees. You know, that's what they said. And rightfully so, is to take an inventory, see how many trees are there. So we'll get a handle on how many are dead or dying and are beyond the pale. How many can we inject? And then we can make a decision as to what to do at that point. But right now, without some kind of baseline information, we have no knowledge about how many are savable? There are some people that think there may not be very many. The other thing, which is just sort of a nuance, is I understand that getting the survey and the location of each ash tree marked with latitude and longitude by GPS really helps the bidding process for any contracts that are let for taking down. Let's say, okay, we want 100 trees removed. You know, they don't have to spend time going up and down and trying to find the trees. We know exactly where the trees are that we would like them to remove, if you will.
Yeah.
It's a small benefit, I think, but it was something that was pointed out to me that I would not have otherwise thought of. So in any event, I think that's where we are with the Emerald Dashboard, that, you know, the street level survey, continued help to the individual homeowners, and then we'll have a point once we get the street level survey for public roadways, we'll be able to then come back and say, all right, here's what the dollars, and here's how it breaks down. What would you like to do? And the clock is ticking on these. I mean, they're munching as we are sitting here, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the spotted lanternfly is a different situation entirely.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Oh, sure, sorry,
So,
Wendy.
is there any, well, do we know yet how successful the pipe stay fill treatment was, or we have to wait till the trees move out to see?
The latter, you have to wait and see.
Okay, so
Wasn't that done like a few, like?
It was done 2 years ago, but nobody checked last year
Okay.
to see what and the descriptions of the trees where they are is a little bit, it's not as precise as it could otherwise be. But yes, that's one thing we're gonna do to see. But that was a very quick hit, like, just go out and here's some money and here's how much we can spend, go out and find some trees and inject them and see what happens.
Another thought I have is if the tree committee maybe could set up some kind of reporting system on your website for homeowners that know they have an infestation. Just, I mean, it's not a public way, but it might help to kind of determine the extent of damage throughout town if people are tracking it.
Sure.
Or if they're treating it, it might be useful for you to just, you know, have an inventory of where trees have been treated and not. So,
Yeah, you know, in some, yes, we're happy to do that. That's not a problem. You know, the question will be how many people actually respond, you know, see it and then respond. There is another approach, which might be to reach out to the, and I don't quite know how to do it, but to reach out to the, and I don't know whether it's business confidential information, but reach out to the tree companies that do a lot of work in town saying, how many properties have you visited and trees have you injected? So maybe that's a way to go about it. Well, we'll think about that.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
and the last question I had is just this incentive program that was mentioned. Do you know of any other towns that are helping residents pay?
No,
Okay.
no, it did occur to me that, you know, if we decide that we really want to go further than the public roadway trees to try to save them, that maybe there's some kind of financial help that could be offered to private property owners that want to save some trees. But I know it was just, I mean, that's sort of a futuristic, and it's a big step. Sort of from a policy perspective as well. There are also equities. Just a quick minute on the spotted lanternfly. It's not here yet. It was not in Massachusetts 2 years ago. Now it is. It's not lethal to trees, except in unusual circumstances, but it is an obnoxious pest. If you think about the worst days of gypsy moth infestations, that it's just, they're everywhere and it's really distasteful. That's the spotted lanternfly. That's what it can do. It can mass on trees and on playground equipment and all sorts of things. And but it does not generally kill trees. The biggest economic dislocation usually comes from fruit growers and from especially vineyards and the commercial level. And because apparently that can, whatever the insect is doing, ruins the crop or makes the crop not commercially sellable. So, but I'm not aware of any big commercial outfit in town other than Long Hill Farm, you know, and so right now, all we really need to do is just keep up an educational campaign. If you see the egg masses reported, that's what the state wants us to do. And then they'll come out and do an evaluation, and I'm not sure exactly how they follow up, but there have been 2 localities in Massachusetts in which they have found these, and they're spread. The egg masses can be laid on any surface, you know, on boats and all sorts of things that are transported to and fro. And so one of the other things that's mentioned in this report is to try to see if any of the local nurseries from which our residents buy plant stock to plant have a good inspection program for their stock that's coming in from known areas where the spotted lanternfly is present. So that, let's just say, nursery A inspects everything really well, and nursery B doesn't have any inspection at all. We could at least make that fact known, saying this nursery inspects for it, that nursery doesn't. That might be something that but that's something that we would have to contract out, or someone would have to, you know, go and contact all the local nurseries that might be supplying plant stock. We don't really have the bandwidth to do that on the tree committee. So that's where we stand. So nothing to do on the spotted lanternfly yet. Hopefully, if and when it arrives, maybe it's a more when than an if, there'll be some additional help from the state.
No, if you have, if you've done any research regarding companies that treat femoral ash borer, and maybe you've already done this, but if you have information on that and put that up on the your website, the tree committee website, that might be useful information, just understanding who the alternatives are and you know, helping homeowners figuring out their least cost solution to get some number of trees.
I don't know if we should be putting commercial endorsing particular vendors on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Archie, you're exactly correct. What we do have is links to professional organizations like Massachusetts Arborist Society that has lists of certified arborists.
Okay.
And that's where, so people can see who's around based on their
That's
lists,
a good point.
not our recommendations, if you will.
Yeah.
Now, if asked personally, I might say, well, I've used this person, you know, personally, but beyond that, we don't have anything on the website, and Archie, we steered away from that.
Yeah, okay, great.
But you know, the point is well taken, in terms of trying to help homeowners any way we can. When they call up, I go out and visit and look at their trees and talk with them about it, so. Any other questions on this? It's really, you know, the to-do items that come out of this are pretty modest and they're sort of underway already.
Yeah. Thanks for the effort.
Yeah, it's really comprehensive.
Yeah, well,
Appreciate it.
I might mention then one other thing, changing hats. So take a breath, put on the library hat, right? The library survey that I think you have a copy of in your packet. This is part of our 5-year plan that we are required in order to stay certified and to meet this planning. They want you to have a 5-year plan in place. And during COVID, this was suspended. The requirements were suspended for a couple of years. And so we're starting this 5-year plan or planning. And we put together a document and submitted to the state. And among that, obviously, is figuring out what the town would like. Because we want to be responsive to whatever the town's desires and needs are, as much as we can spot them now, and obviously the world of library is changing a lot, and so we need to get a handle on what the best way to serve the town is, both in terms of our current operations and thinking about future possibilities. And that's what the survey is all about. And there was the one question that had to do with, should we investigate the feasibility of looking at, in this case, the old town hall, as a possible place to rehabilitate for meeting rooms. It doesn't commit us to do anything. I know that there have been some discussion. We just want to know whether or not the town is interested in having us even attempt some kind of feasibility inquiry as to whether or not that's a viable option. The reason for that is that, as I understand it, the library being a historical building and having other limitations on its space in terms of septic fields and other things, that our ability to increase the footprint of the library is a big challenge, I'll say, if not almost impossible. And it being a historic structure, there are also limitations. You know, can we make it a 3-story glass edifice? You know, we're going. I mean, we would love to do that, of course, but so the solution is to think about, well, is there something else, some other reasonably proximate place, and it's right across the street. It could be easily done in terms of having people park at the library and then just walk across. Obviously, safety is an issue, but the trustees, the board of trustees of the library has a fund that we have been holding on to for quite a while, and this is a project that we've eyed for years in terms of trying to see what we can do to modernize or to improve the library space. And so I know that the trustees are very much in favor of using significant amounts of money from the fund to work on, to accomplish this if it turned out to be feasible. There are a million questions to answer. You know, not only what it would cost, but you know what it would look like, how much space you use. The idea would be only to take part of that space, or not. We don't want to take all the old town hall. It would just be, as you walk in, there would be a couple meeting rooms. But that's as far as our thinking has gone. We certainly want to keep the old town hall in its current, the way it looks now, the exterior, and also the fact that it's used for some functions where there's the stage and there's room for an audience to be there. We don't think that'll change. But one of the steps that would lie ahead would be just to have a walkthrough, an informal walkthrough with an architect who could just take a look and say, yeah, this is possible, or no, it's, you know, too many headaches. So that was the point of that question, just to see whether or not the town is interested in us even beginning to look at the feasibility of something like that.
Well, so, you know, speaking for myself, I have no objection in looking at that from a feasibility standpoint, but needing to recognize that it will be a major project.
Oh, yeah.
That building is, you know, it's an energy sieve.
Right, right.
And it's, if at some point in the future the town does decide to upgrade it, you know, to bring it back to a new glory, that it's going to be a really major project, and it could easily be $1 million project, and it would take a significant amount of time and a lot of design and prep beforehand. So I think it's great to explore it from a feasibility standpoint. You know, or at least to find out if people think it makes sense.
Yes.
But to understand that it's not happening in 5 years. It's probably more than that. And it's, you know, it'll be a big deal when it happens.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate that, and at least the way I personally envisage it, is that we are not attempting to rehab the entire building. Think about just spaces that are almost isolated or self-contained as you walk in. They can have their own heating and cooling, and, you know, it doesn't mean we wouldn't help out or do some, you know, who knows, with some of the rest of the building, whether it's window replacement or something, but our goal would not be to try to do the entire building, because I agree with you, that is really big. We'd like to see if we can do something on a more modest scale to provide a couple meeting rooms that hopefully would have some kind of electronic capability. So, you know, projectors and things like that for program. It would be for programming. The use would be for programming and for tutoring. So anyway, our plan is to go out with this ASAP, because we want to get this underway and go out, and people will have 2 or 3 weeks to respond to the survey. It'll be all electronic. We will have hard copy at the library and maybe another place, maybe here, but our experience with, or my experience with other surveys has been that everybody is used to electronic surveys at this point, and very few, if no people, very few people, if anyone, actually fills out hard copy anymore. Which is great, because the compilation one is really easy. It's electronic.
Maybe you could have some hard copies here in town hall.
Oh, of course, yeah.
People can-
It's just my expectation is that
Yeah, I agree.
the number of people that will actually stand there and fill it out it's a pretty simple survey. Perhaps the other thing to highlight is trying to figure out which hours and which days would be the most useful for members of the community for the library to be open. If we are in a position where we have to close, you know, right now we have certain hours and days that we're not open, or evenings, you know, are those the right times? So there's a lot in this survey that will help us configure our library services.
Great.
Thank you, Ted.
And that's
Thank
it.
you, Fred.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for work on both fronts, both the tree committee and the library.
Yeah, well, onward.
All right.
That would be the plan.
Okay, so our recommendation for the capital improvement committee.
Yep, so at the time that the packet went out, all that I had was the one-page so-called litmus test that I included in your packet. So you can see how each of the capital projects kind of rated by the committee. During their meeting on Thursday evening, they did vote to recommend for FY23 the $500,000 transfer from the operating budget into capital stabilization, which is the amount carried in the proposed budget. So at this time, there's no recommendation to change that number. That is something that continues to be a focus of research to determine if the 500 is the right number. But for next year, everyone felt comfortable that it was a good number for next year.
And yeah, we've tentatively planning to meet again, and I don't remember what the dates off the top of my head, at which point it's possible that we'll have sort of a revenue, model that can be matched up with the capital needs and inform whether or not it would make sense to put more money in the capital improvements account going forward.
So one thing that just in terms of the form of, or the format, maybe is a better word, of how the articles are presented, you'll note that a couple of the items that are separately listed as projects on the capital sheet, namely those on the far right, the two on the far right, the garage roof shingle replacement and the new carpentry work area, are both listed as separate projects because each of them individually cross the threshold of defining a capital project. But in the warrant article that Wayne put together, those were all wrapped into a single article. So one thing that's been talked about both at Capital and at Finance Committee is that it would make sense to break those out as separate articles so that the CIC and FinCom recommendations would be clear, for that article rather than as a subset of a larger article. So we can get to that later in this agenda when we get to the draft warrants. But I just wanted to make that suggestion to disaggregate those two projects as separate projects or separate articles. But yeah, I think it was a good meeting Thursday night, really substantive discussion. Seemed very good.
Has there ever been any discussion about having designated stabilization fund accounts? I've heard people hesitant about putting a lot of money in the stabilization fund if they don't know where it's going. But if you had like a targeted stabilization, why are you laughing?
Because I brought up that exact point the other night. Yeah, we've talked about it actually going back the whole time I've been here. I mean, we started that in FY19, just the recognition that right now there's a single stabilization. I heard some of the same concern you just referenced in terms of department heads, and that may, that let's say in year one, the intent is to put X amount of money into stabilization, and the kind of underlying math behind that shows that, let's just for discussion's sake, maybe 25% of that was supported by anticipated fire needs, but there's no guarantee that in year 5 or year 7 or year 10, when those monies are needed, they're still going to be there for fire needs or for whatever purpose they were put in the first place. So yeah, we've talked about that. I think each of the years, and I think Thursday was probably the best discussion we've had about that topic. Because yeah, there's definitely towns, including the last town I worked in, that had a number of different accounts, for DPW, for fire, for town buildings, for library, for different capital areas, and different amounts were put in each year, so that in year 8 or year 10 or year 6, that you would have the money you needed for that specific property or that specific apparatus. Maybe even a specific fire truck would have its own account. So we did talk about that Thursday. I think it was probably the most in-depth discussion the committee's had on that. It is something that was talked about back in 2018 with the DOR financial policies. That DOS recommended capital policy talked about that you can have more stabilization accounts than you have. I think personally, I like the idea. I think it would be, and I think for going forward, it would actually make it, I don't know about simpler, but definitely more, I think people would have confidence that the money they're putting in now is going to be there for the reason they're putting in now, rather than at least a perception of kind of a feeding frenzy or first come, first serve kind of mentality. But one of the big challenges of implementing something like that would be taking the existing balance and how do you kind of reverse engineer like why it was put in the first place. And then, I mean, the only, one thing you could do is look at what's the percentage share of the current capital program. And let's say 32% of that is accounted for DPW. Maybe you put 32% in there. That's easy to say. To actually go to town meeting, get 2/3 vote to move that money into segregated accounts I think I described as a battle royale is what that would be.
Yeah, I mean,
Or a generational struggle. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I also personally, I have, some mixed feelings about it, because I think currently we have flexibility. And, depending upon how granular you get and how many sub-accounts you have, the more granular you get and the more sub-accounts you have, the less flexibility you have.
So maybe keep the existing balances like undesignated, and from here on out with our more targeted budgeting, make that.
You're creating a lot more work for the treasurer.
Yeah, I mean, in my last job where I was the treasurer, when I was posting interest in those, what we called stabilization accounts up north, but the same thing. We would, we had a little spreadsheet and we'd allocate it proportionally so that $300 of interest would be broken down and posted to each of 30 different stabilization accounts that we had there.
Okay.
So I think that,
Definitely, worth more thought.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Thursday's discussion, it was kind of nice because the kind of formal business of the committee was done pretty quickly. And I think the meeting went on another hour and a quarter or more talking about policy and things like that. So yeah, there's a number of different ways to do it.
Okay, so discussion of the FY23 budget.
So I just have one thing here, and you may have picked it up in I know I included later in the packet, the FinCom minutes from two of their first three meetings. There are not draft minutes yet from the March 15th meeting, but at their March 22nd meeting, the Finance Committee did vote one change from what budget had been referred to them, which is in the library budget. The FinCom did vote to support the Board of Library Trustees proposal for a new 10-hour-a-week library assistant. So I just wanted to communicate that to you. That would be an increase in the FY23 proposed budget of $8,613. That's not yet built into the budget document, but that will be keyed in where the FinCom referral. At the time that we posted the agenda for tonight's meeting, CIC had not yet met that night, so we didn't know if they might recommend a different number than 500,000. They didn't, but so the only change from the budget that you've seen that's come out of the FinCom process.
And do you
Is
have
that-
a percentage increase for that department that would represent?
No.
Just curious.
No. You mean from the current year or from what from what the board had proposed?
From the current year.
No, I could do it, but no, I don't have it. So that's something that when it comes to, as we get closer to town meeting and I mean, I guess on the budget as referred, is that the budget that this board's recommending, or do you want to either talk about that tonight or at the next meeting of whether there's any other lines in there that you might want to revisit?
Should we wait until FinCom is on?
Yeah, that probably makes sense to wait until FinCom.
Okay. Yeah, they'll meet tomorrow night. That's their last scheduled meeting. So I did want to talk either now or in a few minutes about the timing for their process and whether we want to try to pencil on a date for the joint meeting that takes place leading up to each town meeting, as well as we talked briefly 1 or 2 meetings ago about having another pre-town meeting information session, which those seem to have been well received.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see if we wanted to try to pencil on a date for that.
Do that now on the topic.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, do we do that as a dedicated meeting last time, or did we?
The joint meeting with FinCom or the,
Actually, either.
well, so the informational meeting, I don't believe that's been done as a board meeting.
It wasn't really a board.
Yeah, it was more like myself, the moderator, I think board members participated, but it wasn't like a formal, it was kind of like a more informal public information session.
Okay.
And then the joint meeting, I've seen it both ways, where it's been an agenda item on a regular meeting as well as a standalone meeting. I think if we can find the date, I think a standalone meeting works better because it allows it to run its course and it doesn't feel squeezed.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't subject to the finance committee or the moderator, or town council or others who aren't normally in attendance scheduling issues that this board may have.
Yeah.
So I think if we could find a date, a standalone meeting, I felt that's worked a little better. I don't know, Archie, what your thoughts have been.
I like meetings to be squeezed because they expand to fit the time. So I have a different opinion.
Okay. So if it's going to be part of a regular meeting, and it's up to you how you want to do it, but I think the 25th makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is also, well, I don't know, maybe it ought to be the 11th, because the 25th is only, by that point, the FinCom booklet's basically done and being sent to the printer.
Yeah.
So maybe the 11th, if that worked for FinCom, would be better.
Yeah, the 25th is essentially
That's-
just over 2.5 weeks before town meeting.
Yeah, that's real. By that point, it is the booklet is basically been sent to the printer.
Yeah, I don't recall what else we have, we already talked about, I guess, for the 11th.
I don't think I have much penciled in that night. Let me check.
So the Whittier people coming at some point?
We didn't pin down a date for that,
Okay.
and where it's not really budget driven, I assumed that would be after town meeting. I really don't have much for the 11th. A couple of things, and they have question marks.
Okay.
I was, contacted with the Cortland Lane survey that hasn't been agended, but
Okay.
my thought would be
I think that.
after town meeting, it's not town meeting related. We got a lot of, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, personally, I think the 11th, which is our next meeting, would work.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't pulled FinCom or the moderator or even town council for that matter to confirm that works for them. But if that's the date you want to go with, I can confirm that with them.
And if we did do it that day, if for some reason it doesn't work for them, it sounds like we really do need to do it before the 25th. Dies already cast at that point. How far in advance is the booklet completed and
I mean, it's varied a little bit. Back when Forbes was on the FinCom, it would have been sent to the printer probably 3 days ahead. More recently, we've printed them here on the office copier, which, buys you an extra 2 days. So it's sometimes, but by that point, I mean, you're into the final editing. You're not,
Right.
yeah. So it's even if it's not like technically done, it's not a time,
yeah.
Where.
But so how far in advance is that though? Like 3 weeks or?
So the booklet's got to be published on Friday, the 29th.
Okay.
So it's got to be in people's hands Friday, the 29th.
So in a pinch, if the 11th didn't work, what if we ended up going to a special meeting the next week? Now, the 18th is Patriots Day.
Correct.
So we can't meet that day.
Correct.
It would have to be the 19th. But hopefully we can do it the 11th.
All right, I can pull the FinCom and moderator and council. Yeah, I mean, we got our work cut out for us. Yeah, we haven't started on motions or any of that, so we got a fair amount of work to do.
Was that realistic then?
I think it is. It's just, the last few weeks we've been really stretched. So. So I'll check with them on the 11th I might go ahead and get their fallback availability for the week of the 18th, just in case that doesn't work for anybody.
And we would probably do that meeting at, so. Okay, so we have two public hearings for proposed amendments to personnel policy. And the first one related to it's currently referred to as maternity leave and proposals to change it to a parental leave.
Wendy, I haven't been keeping an eye on the select board email account. Any comments on either of these? Okay. I assume not, but
So, yeah, so I move that we open a public hearing for, I'll do the parental leave first. I move we open a public hearing to discuss a proposed amendment to parental leave. It's not policy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so this was posted on with the packet on the town website. I don't think I need to go through all the fine details, but in general terms, it's to reflect the fact that that there are takes to the tango. There's it's a parental leave. Was that the risk case, or?
Gender neutral.
What was that?
Gender neutral.
There we go. Yeah, to make it gender neutral. There we go. Thank you. So one comment I had, or one question I have is, seems to me that there should be an accommodation in here, that requires 2 weeks notice. But there should be an accommodation for premature labor, birth, or complications that prevent ability to provide 2 weeks of notice. So the way the policy is written right now, if you have, if a pregnancy goes faster than expected, and you need to respond to that, you're kind of out of luck as far as the parental leave is concerned.
So how would you change the language?
Maybe you just put in, allowance for, it's say that the town will waive the 2 week notice, required notice, in the event of premature labor, birth, or complications, preventing the ability to provide 2 weeks notice. And that can probably be reworded better. Any other thoughts?
I think that's fine. I was just trying to think of a simpler way to change the language to leave room for that without
Yeah.
being so specific, but. Yeah, I think your scenarios covered everything I could think of. I would just wonder if there's something else that I'm not thinking of that
Yeah.
also fall under that.
Could we just say unless, yeah, unless medically, not possible.
Um,
Or unless there are extenuating medical circumstances.
Yeah, or, yeah, you could say unless unexpected medical circumstances require.
Something like, or such lesser amount of notice as may be necessitated by medical circumstances,
That's sort of more general.
What?
or such lesser amount of notice. So after the words notice, comma, or such lesser amount of notice as may be necessary due to medical circumstances.
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds good. So are we just kind of behind the times to still have this here, or is this pretty typical of Jim, you know, for towns? And still have it be maternity leave?
I can only anecdotally say that it is not uncommon for this to be in most, I mean, my wife's union contract is the best example. It still only says maternity.
Oh, interesting.
And Lawrence Public Schools has a much bigger employment than the town of West Newbury. So
Yeah.
I think it's just one of those things that nobody thinks about in the sense of when you degender things like charters and things like that, people don't tend to think about that one specific policy that is actually tuned
That
to
affects.
women
Yeah.
in the past.
Right.
Because it was always on he or his
Mhm.
verbiage as opposed to the feminine. So I think that's mainly what it is. It's just one of those things that in the past has always been, and no one's stopped to change it.
So we're not necessarily a leader, but we're not the worst of one.
Definitely not.
Okay, so I move that we adopt the revision to the personnel policy to return to the parental leave policy. And the, you know, as shown here and as advised. All in favor? Aye. All right, so I move to close the public hearing for that, for the parental leave personnel policy. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I move that we open the public hearing for revision to the internal hiring policy in the personnel policy, or in internal hiring notification in the personnel policy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, yeah, so the gist of this is that currently there's a 5-day pre-notification of internal of a job availability or a job opening. And this would change the policy so that the internal and the external notification of a job opportunity would be concurrent. And the reason for doing that is because 5 days is a week, and when there's a position that needs to be filled, sometimes a week is a big deal in terms of not having somebody in a position. So trying to leave open positions open for as little time as possible before are able to fill them with a an appropriate job candidate.
Any feedback?
No, I haven't received any comments.
Yeah, I just wondered if there's any feedback. And so basically, we're sort of reversing our whole thinking.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go so far as that, Archie, because I do think that with the adoption of the policy in October, we've been much more conscious of actually posting it internally instead of just relying on word of mouth.
Okay.
You know, so, and I do think people, I mean, definitely people have noticed because it's been not only on the bulletin boards, but in department head mailboxes. So
And
I think it's been good at bringing,
before-
proactively bringing attention.
before It was just sort of catch can, it wasn't.
Yeah, we'd put it up on the town website, put it in the newspaper, put it on MMA, but unless someone's looking for job postings, they wouldn't necessarily
Okay,
happen to see it. But now, you know, everybody sees when there's a job posted.
okay.
So that's a plus.
What would you think about interviewing qualified internal applicants before? I mean, posted at the same time, but could you interview internal candidates first, or would that be too complicated?
My concern is then if, you know, I think it puts the hiring authority in a difficult spot, because if you interview someone and then you either, you know, you have a subjective decision to make to either offer them the position or to then interview an external candidate, you as the hiring manager might want to interview all applicants to make sure you're, you know, have kind of can make the best choice for the department. But if you make the decision to interview someone else, you're essentially, in my view, sending a signal to that person that you've just interviewed that they're not going to get the job. They might still get the job. But I think it's, there's an element of,
The early person.
yeah, it's kind of like raises the stakes on that initial interview, because it creates, in my opinion, a kind of a subjective judgment call that the hiring authority then needs to make of, do you interview
Stop
others
it
or do
now.
you not?
Yeah,
And just by virtue of saying, yes, I'm going to interview others, whatever the outcome, you're going to send a signal that that person somehow didn't meet your expectations. So that might not be the case. So I just think it kind of creates drama, and it puts, it creates, you know, pressure on the appointing authority to, like, just the stakes are very high, and hiring is, you know, is not easy. And you want to make the best choice. And I just think extra, I don't know, I use the word drama and I mean it. I mean, it creates a dramatic situation. And I don't think that's helpful.
I also think that, you know, we need to, although we need to make people currently employed by the town aware of opportunities, we really need to get the best people that we can. And sometimes that'll be somebody who's currently in staff, and sometimes it won't be, and you shouldn't do anything that might, you know, short shrift that.
I also, you know, the reason I put in the language about, you know, someone can choose to submit a cover letter resume, like I was a little uncomfortable that it starts to, you know, there start to be two different paths of, okay, do you have to submit a resume and cover letter or not? You know, or if someone just sends a quick email, hey, I'm interested in that position. Is that a complete application? I don't know, like, it's, anyhow.
So if you say or, maybe that's not the right, because then is it either that or the cover letter and resume?
I guess, you know, one way you could say any interested employee may choose to submit a cover letter resume with the standard application, and may notify either the department, so that the department manager and or town manager. That way, like, it's clear to apply, you have to submit an application. You may notify the department manager. You don't have to. Like if I'm a current employee and I'm interested, I might want to just send it in through common channels and not tell my manager. Like, I might, you know, I might
it might
be
be in a different department.
yeah, like I might be concerned if I let my immediate supervisor know that I'm applying for another job, maybe.
So maybe you should strike that first option and just say any interested employee should submit a cover letter and resume.
I think that'd be fine.
I
Yeah,
think that would be better.
yeah, I think it's better because it, yeah.
That'll hold everybody to the same standard too, I mean. Yeah.
I don't understand the or, I don't, the or makes it confusing. I mean, if you're going to apply, I think you have to do it like what you said, I guess, I don't think just, yeah, that's cool, I think also, I might apply to that, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, or if their resume that you have on file is, you know, many years out of date, and then you've got to go back, hey, can you update your resume? Like it's better, just, you got to apply just like everyone else.
So really, this policy is just establishing, you know, a required internal posting, which.
That's right. Yeah, not a preference.
Right.
You know, some towns do have a internal preference.
Well, mean,
I also think,
I would
you
think
know,
here, if you had two, you know, virtually identical candidates, that we would probably choose the person that we already knew. I would think, I don't know that.
yeah, all else being equal, yeah.
Or if the internal candidate was slightly less qualified, but you had I mean, you thought that they could be developed into a, you know, a qualified candidate, would you consider them?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
Maybe
I
that
think,
was the intent- the whole
yeah.
Intent was to help our employees, you know, progress.
I agree, yeah, there
So-
has to be some additive factor, yeah, I don't know how to phrase it, but.
Yeah,
That's, you know, that is, you know, so that's why we have a professional manager. Because, you know, there are discretionary calls as to, you know, people's not just current qualifications, but capability. And that's part of hiring.
Can we have a sentence to the effect that the some, the, you know, in the case of inside or equally qualified inside and outside candidates, that the intent will be to make every effort to hire the inside candidate. Can we say something like that? I'm not phrasing it very well.
I think the last sentence does say that. I mean, not as directly, but it says if they have the stated qualifications or the ability to be trained, you know, they'll be formally interviewed and given full consideration. So it's not explicit that they'll be given preference, but I think it does.
I think the ability to be trained is that, yeah.
Yeah, so it shows that they.
Full consideration is, that's,
Yeah.
you feel that's strong enough, yeah, okay.
I also think we are a affirmative action, equal opportunity employer, and we do have a workforce that is not diverse. So I would be hesitant about putting something in that suggests that preference would be given, because I really don't think that squares with that affirmative action, equal opportunity language.
Just because of the makeup of our workforce?
Correct.
Okay, so other towns.
Yeah,
do this.
yeah. I mean, it was for the same reason on the invasives interns. I didn't like having a local preference because we don't have a diverse community. And I didn't see that I thought that could be a concern.
Mhm.
So how does it read now?
So we're just striking any interested, so it'll now read, any interested employee should submit a cover letter and resume, so that whole middle
Yeah,
sentence is-
okay. And then the final sentence remains if the employee has stated minimum qualifications.
Yeah.
And ability to be trained on any recommended qualifications on no kind of application without negatively impacting. Without negatively affecting.
Affecting, yeah.
The operations of the department. motion, anybody?
I move to amend the internal hiring policy 2.2.1 as presented in the draft and discussed in the meeting.
Second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Angus, on the next one, you had sent another email.
Rick, can you close them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I move to close public hearing.
Thank you.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you. I was just gonna let that run on forever.
Not on his watch.
On the next one, regarding the the criminal vendor record information policy, you had forwarded an email. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'd say let's table this, you know, I think,
I didn't do a good
Yeah.
job on this either.
yeah, let's table it. It was really just, you know, we're going through the hiring for the summer rec and it's kind of a housekeeping thing. It's basically enumerates what we're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's table where we just got the
Okay,
town
and
council
we can pick
review
this
today.
up, Next meeting. I mean, this should
Good,
be a-
yeah.
be a 5-10 minute
Yeah, no,
thing.
I agree. I'm totally at peace with that, so.
Did, this seems like one that maybe should be vetted by Tim or.
Well, I sent it to Tim last week and we just got some comments today. That were largely, you know, fine, but everyone should have the chance to read them before it's voted.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that just came in today. Yeah.
Okay, well, seeing as we're not going to address that, under items not reasonably anticipated prior to the meeting, there was an email that Angus forwarded us earlier today from the DLS, Mass DLS, the Division of Local Services, about the opioid settlement and asking for a response by March 31st, which is this Thursday. So we kind of need to respond to this today. And what we need to do is, what it asks is that we look at, the board needs to authorize signing and returning an updated agreement with the Attorney General's office as referenced below. And essentially it talks about the split of funds received under an opioid settlement, assuming that there is some successful resolution. The communities would receive 40% of the abatement funds that are recovered by the state, which is an increase from what was previously a 15% allocation provided by the settlements.
So, but I don't know what that means. So
Basically-
the state's gonna grab more of it?
No, more would go to the towns.
It's the other way around.
Yeah,
Correct,
instead of us
yeah.
only getting 15%, we would get 40% of any funds. So that's going the right direction.
Yep.
From
Yeah.
our perspective. So,
Okay, I couldn't understand that verbiage, yeah.
okay.
Let's read it again. Is that really what it says?
Mhm.
Okay,
You want to take a look at it?
I got it. I read it this afternoon. I did
Okay.
read that one.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I didn't go through all the FAQs. But the basic idea sounded right to me.
Okay. I read it differently now. Okay.
All right.
Is this something that KP Law would have put out like one of their bulletins on? I remember they were the ones that alerted.
Yeah, I mean, back in the fall, we heard about it from KP as well as from the AG directly. I was surprised to just get this DLS email today.
It is interesting because they say that they ask, not that they are requiring.
Yeah,
So I'm not
it
quite.
literally came in from DLS.
Yeah. The AG's office is asking municipalities to return a science state subdivision agreement, which is normally they would be demanding.
Maybe they're trying to get people to sign on early.
Yeah.
Why would somebody vote against it?
Right, yeah, I'm not not clear to me what we would.
Yeah, I'm going through my inbox. There's not anything since December
Yeah. Okay.
from DLS. So this was the first notice today at 3:13.
Okay.
Usually when something seems too good to be true, it is. Make sure, you know, West Newbury, we're okay.
They figure they can pull the wool over the eyes of those country bumpkins. Right. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion anyway.
Would that be to add it to the agenda first?
Oh, yeah,
That's not.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's where I started. was that-
That's what I thought you meant to say.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so this not having been reasonably anticipated, I moved to add it to the agenda for tonight's meeting. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Okay, so now we've talked about it a fair amount. Everybody probably sort of understands what it's about.
So we would get $4 instead of $1.50.
Right, out of 10, yeah.
It's good math, yeah.
Or if it's $1 million, we get $100,000.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I move that we agree that we return the signed state subdivision agreement. And is that signed by town manager or by the board?
I think the last one you signed.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Open
job.
the document, see what it looks like.
Yeah, you signed the last one on December 21st. So I
Just
think,
has a signature and a signer.
yeah, I would think since you were the signer the last time, I would think we'd
So-
want to be consistent.
Yeah, so I move that we agree to that we approve signature.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So did you go through, I hadn't seen this, did you go through and look at all the edits that they made? Just to make sure that,
I just looked at it real quick.
okay, it looks like mostly clarification and links. Okay. All right, you're good with it, you're signing.
I mean, yeah, there's.
It's on him personally.
Sorry.
He'll make up the difference between 15 and 30%.
Oh, piece of cake. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he's hoping it's that $10 amount instead of that. No.
Right. Absolutely, I could live with $2.50. But I want to do that. Okay. All right, so, yeah, did we vote? All in favor? Yeah.
We're all good.
All right. Recommendation of proposed warrant articles for the spring, the end of the special town meeting.
Okay, so L and M, by the way, that was on there by accident. It's really the same item. I just forgot to delete after I, yeah. No, I changed the wording and then I forgot to delete item M. So this is the same draft warrants that were in the packet 2 weeks ago. Haven't had a chance to update them. So, you know, among other things, the OPEB shown as Article 8, you had already struck that at the last meeting. So that should come out. But I thought what would be good tonight would be if there's articles in here that you're ready to recommend on to get that done. And then if there's articles that you need more information on, which I know there are, that we at least shorten the list, hopefully substantially, so that at the next meeting, we can really hone in on those handful of articles that are, you know, have some open questions. So another thing on this is the CPC, when they met on Thursday night, did not recommend the
Well,
parking.
he withdrew.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So that's no longer on the table. What's shown as number 15.
I thought it was 13. Yeah,
On this, it's shown as
15 is the, oh, I'm sorry,
Open space.
48,000.
yeah, 45 was the Camet, 48 was the Dunn. That's the more the parking circulation one. Yeah. So 15 is
So that's
is
the-
off.
the open space and recreation reserve.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, good. That's good.
We do expect that to be filed again for the fall.
Also, the CPC discussed, I don't see what article it is, but the revision of the bylaw for the membership on the CPC. Yeah, and the consensus of the committee was that replacing the at-large member with an open space committee member was the recommendation.
As opposed to increase in membership.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one that I'm going to need some direction from the board, because right now there is no draft bylaw and it's not going to be hard to draft, but I'm going to want to draft it based on however you want to propose it. Because the request that came in from Open Space Committee didn't have any language. It just stated the intent. Their intent.
Whatever, what was that?
33. So apparently the at-large member historically. Well, let me put it a different way. The feeling was that if anybody was interested in participating in committees, they're already in other committees, so we're not really capturing the big segment of the population that, is not involved in the committee.
So the way you started that, historically, the at-large member has been on multiple other committees already. But not necessarily being on multiple at the same time, if they have over time, then. Yeah.
I'll go.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, we talked about here, and this board had talked about, we taking the select board member off or increasing it to 9. And the concern was that we didn't want to take away the opportunity for somebody from the community to participate, but there's plenty of opportunities to participate.
Okay.
So I feel comfortable with that approach.
You any thoughts, Archie?
I disagree. I think that maybe the select board has been lax in not beating the bushes and appointing someone that wasn't, like I said, somebody with an outside opinion. So I'm always feel that it's better to have more people with, in other words, not the same group of people on every committee like that. It becomes insular, and so I kind of I'm not in favor.
So how would you change the committee makeup then?
I wouldn't change it.
So you don't think that the open space committee should have a seat at the table? If a third of the funding goes to open space and recreation.
Well, they can come to the open space committee can't argue that they haven't received funding from CPC. They've done fine on that.
But why should they be the only entity that doesn't have a vote? I think it's just a matter of form. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well, lots of committees. Why doesn't the tree committee have a vote? Maybe they would like to have a vote.
I think.
They're not a designated.
Yeah, I think what Wendy's saying is that there are designated purposes for the funds. There's open space and recreation, there's historical preservation, and there's housing. There is somebody from the historical commission. There's somebody from housing, representing housing. Is there somebody from Parks and Rec?
Yep.
Yeah, there's somebody from Parks and Rec. So interestingly, in a way, is that gives two people representing the open space and recreation. If open space is not there, then are two people representing that segment, but their interests could conceivably run counter. I mean, they would be advocating for different, different projects or different expenditures. It might be.
I think this CPC legislation was drafted, many communities didn't have an open space committee, that's why we put a conservation commission member on there. But in our town, since we do have an open space committee, the conservation commission is not necessarily engaged with all the open space work, so.
Yeah.
So we're required to have that person be on the CPC, but they don't really represent the interests of the open space community necessarily.
And the reason for not going to 9 people?
I just think it just makes the quorum difficult.
So currently you need 5 people for a quorum. You have 8?
So,
Oh, you have 7. Oh, okay. So 9 people then would be in addition to 2. So you would add an OSC member and another at large, or,
we had talked about that here.
okay, I guess I don't remember that.
Well,
Perhaps.
that's a lot of people.
Yeah,
That seems kind of unwieldy.
yeah, it's funny, although I think the legislation requires it, it's almost seems as though the Concom is the sort of an outlier in a way.
Well, also the select board is not required.
Yeah.
Something that needs to start.
You don't want that, and you're done with that.
If that's what you think is best, I will. I mean, so do we think it's essential to have a select board member?
I think it's important because, if there's something that's being discussed that is in this, in front of the CPA or CPC,
That say has a conflict with something that we
Yeah,
know
something-
is going
right,
on that they may not be aware of.
right,
Yeah.
then you'll bring it up and or whoever the select board member is would bring it up and point out the conflict.
Or it might be in the opposite, or we're sort of looking at it in a negative way, but in some of the situations where the a land purchase where time is of the essence, that the select board might be the people that know that. I'm more up to speed on that because they learned about it first, that's all.
Right.
Well, I mean, we do have the town manager on the committee.
That's true, too, yeah.
So I think the board's interests are represented.
Okay, that's a good point, yeah.
But there's, I wouldn't. That would be a heavier burden because it's one thing for me to show up representing my office or what I mean, maybe, but that's, I would rather see the select board member replace the town manager as the ex officio. Like if the select board was going to be off it, I think but I don't know that that's a good idea either, because I think some explicit connection with the finance. I mean, the genesis of that, of course, was that it was the finance director was the ex officio member. And so it was really just a change in verbiage when my position was created. But yeah, I think it would be a different dynamic if the town manager was explicitly representing the select board's interests as opposed to just,
Advisor.
yeah.
Right, we need to decision.
Yeah,
I
You
think
you don't need to make a decision tonight. I mean, I think, you know, I did ask for some direction because I have to put a draft bylaw together. But where this is not an article, the FinCom is taking a recommendation on one way or the other. You know, if you had something on the 11th, that would be plenty of time to get into the packet. It's more a question of if there is a direction, it'd be good to know what it is, but.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're gonna get any additional ideas or input, and I think often we debate and then defer, and I'd rather just decide if we're already talking about it. Not one off.
yeah.
So Archie, can you live with replacing the at-large member? Or is that hard?
Well, I don't care, I can be on board, I can move forward.
Well, it'd be better. We aim for consensus, right?
Well, not necessarily.
Okay,
When we can get there, it's nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess, you know, my inclination is to, you know, to go with the replacement of the at-large, with an LSC number. This kind of seems to be balanced now. That makes no sense. I don't really like it, but I mean, I see the importance of having somebody there representing the open space.
Or do the emotion?
But you're right, Archie, I mean, we need to add more, we need to get more people engaged.
But easier said than done.
Yeah,
I can say that all right.
right,
Yeah.
yeah. Sure, I'll make a motion that we replace the current at-large member on the CPC with a member of the open space committee. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
So Rick, what do you think about just kind of going down them and then either taking recommendations on those that you're ready for or those that require more discussion? We flag those and really,
Let's do it.
yeah.
Yeah, so Article 1's obvious, 2, obvious.
Well, it's not though. The amount has not been. So the idea is, you know, this is what was in last year's model, but you had talked about maybe tapering it down
Yeah,
more.
and what's the balance now?
Let's see. It's very close to the what we thought it would be at this point. It was in last week's FinCom packet, so that's what I'm pulling up just to. So the year-end FY22 balance is going to be about 1.25 roughly. So if at this rate, it would support 3 more years at that rate of just short of 400,000. So FY23, 24, 25. But then there'd be very, very little left in the 4th year. So this isn't, we just updated these balances this week, and this FY22 year end it's not exactly that, but it's very close to that. That's close enough for our purposes here.
So, okay, so, yeah, 1,260,699. So, I'm just sort of working ideas here. So, 60, So what I did is what I'm thinking, again, this is just an idea, so, break it down with even decrease each year over 5 years, so, 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 is 15, so divide that by 15, the first year you do, which is 84,000, the first year you do, actually, it would be more than we're already planning on. I was gonna do, 5 times 1/15 the first year, 4 times the 1/15 the second year, 3 times the third year, 2 times the fourth year, and 1 time the last year. Which would have made the first year, $420,000. And the next year, 336,000 roughly. The third year, 252,000. At the fourth year, 168,000, and the fourth year, 84,000. That's just one way of an evenly stepped decrease. Tapering down.
And what would the reason for that be?
Lessen the shock as we. There's going to be a significant shock otherwise in the final year.
So that first column, the debt service obligation, that means starting next year, it's gone away, so that's.
As of-
extra money we have.
That's right, as
So
of
that
next.
could be- We could just put that into stabilization fund, right?
You could, yeah, and that, when this model was built back in FY19, it was actually conceived of before that, but it was kind of turned into what you see here in FY19. And that was the thinking, to continue to take that retiring debt service and put it into school stabilization and take it out. We did do that 1 year, and it felt a little bit confusing of like, why put it in and then take it out. I think it actually did make some sense, but the public messaging wasn't that clear. But it helped reinforce the whole idea behind this thing right from, FY16 when the board first did it. But yeah, coming out of next year, there's going to be an automatic drop in the base budget by almost $300,000. So that might be.
I like your idea, Rick. I do. Well, Wendy, the fact that there won't be any, at least though the existing debt service will have disappeared. So we can everything. Yeah, we can put it in, but the reverse of that is we could put it in and then take it out. Or the fact is that's not going to be on the tax rate at all. It's not that we hope that it doesn't get used up somewhere else. But that 297,000 there will be zero, and then so that's $297,000 that we don't have to raise. However, that can sometimes disappear. So
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a philosophical question. The result is the same. Yeah.
As long as it doesn't get spent on something.
Exactly.
Well, and there will be other things we have to borrow money for.
I'd be interested in the FinCom's perspective on this. Angus, do you have any sense of what, have you discussed this with them? Long-term plans, you know, for the funding school stabilization?
No, I think they're gonna talk about it tomorrow night.
My only thinking on this was, and it was, I have to say, it was purely arbitrary. Why did we? I just came up with 6 years. No, it was not, wasn't a lot, there wasn't a lot of science behind it. The idea was that, okay, I don't think that, say, 10 years out, that a lot of people may have that contributed to it, like in, for example, in FY17, well, there may be several people that, several taxpayers that put that money into, in other words, they were taxed on something that didn't even exist at that point. And so they were paying ahead, they were, you know, like belonging to a Christmas club. They were paying ahead of time for something that didn't exist. And so it doesn't seem fair to me to have it carry out too far, because people that say moved in, okay, FY26, well, they haven't contributed anything towards that extra taxation, and yet they would then get the benefit out of it. So it doesn't seem like the benefit should go on too long, simply because of the movement of people. Some people, yes, they're there and before and after, but some people, they may have moved, they may have passed away, whatever, they've contributed. And it seems like there should be not too big of a gap in how much time there is, because the people that have moved in now, they would get the benefit of the tax reduction, but they didn't actually contribute to it.
Sense, yeah.
So like that's a size of, you know, FY20, 322,000 was that's taxpayers' money that was put into a fund to then lower future, future taxes. But they may never, those people might have moved, they never even saw the new school.
They can come back, like,
Excuse me?
they can come back.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, that's exactly my recollection of that too, is at the time, we looked at a couple of different scenarios. One had looked at drawing down the stabilization balance over the full life of the debt service, but it ended up being such a, kind of
Wasn't
modest
helpful.
amount as you wouldn't even hardly notice it. So, what Archie said is, so there were basically 5 years where people contributed into it. So the initial thinking that I think the board had about 2 years ago was to space it out over 5 years, which it basically ends up being 5, because that 6th year is a pretty small amount. The difference between, the 397, 325 was a fifth of the balance at that time. But then in that FY21, you can see there's the same amount in and out, which was just kind of because it kind of made sense. And then this is just what's left over from drawing down this amount. Obviously, there's investment income every year, although recently investments have been going the other way. But so it's not an exact figure, but that was the idea, I think, of roughly a 5-year drawdown.
And was this presented to the town as like a 5-year drawdown?
I mean, it was presented at multiple public meetings, but it was always explicitly acknowledged that each year, that year's town meeting and that year's select board and that year's FinCom would make their own recommendation. So it was, no one ever pretended that whatever the board was doing a year or 2 years or 3 years ago was in any way binding on the future. Everybody knew it wasn't. But yeah, this that you see was shared, but I wouldn't pretend that anyone other than people like FinCom were probably paying a whole lot of attention.
I'd just be inclined to leave it like that with the equal amounts, but I mean, if you really want to ramp it down, then I'm fine.
I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna drive hard to do that. I personally think it makes some sense. I mean, it's, it will help to smooth the year-to-year tax increase or, increase in say tax increase. So,
What do you think about that?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I would say for this coming year, maybe keep it where it is. And then after that, because at that point, you'll have a natural reduction, at least in the debt service line for town debt service. So maybe that would be a time to start tapering more, because that's, whereas next year we are still carrying, 300,000 of debt service. So
yeah, so if we did it that
Okay,
way.
so that's a good point, yeah.
So if we did it that way, if we did, it is currently shown, and it would leave, after this year, there'd be 863,374 left. And now, instead of doing it over another 5 years, do it over another 4 years, because this will have been the 5th year, is the way I explained it earlier. So the next year, it would be 4 times 86,000, 320, 344. And the year after that, it would be 3 times 86,000. So that's still, I'm not saying that's necessarily the right way, but that would still be a 5-way plan. And it makes it maybe a little bit more rational, because what I suggested earlier would have made this year's contribution even greater than that's currently shown there. So, yeah. But that's, of course, assuming that next year's the same discussion.
We remember that left column there, that's supposed to help out, yeah. Oh, look, what we're doing, section 1.
I don't know, does that make sense?
No, it does. To actually go up this year, that's.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So for the next 4 years after this year, it would then be, it would go down 4, a factor of 4, a factor of 3, a factor of 2, and a factor of 1 of the balance after this year's expenditure.
Yeah, I do think when you get to that last year, it gets to be such a small amount that you're probably better off getting a little bit better benefit in the second to last year, and just, and then, taking maybe slightly bigger increments. In rough math, I think, there was, in the past years on the tax rate, I've been able to pin down like what's the cost increase that adds a penny to the tax rate, but I'm not going to trust my memory on that. But I think, $68,000 is not a whole lot on the tax rate. 4 cents.
All right, I make a motion to maintain Article 3, the transfer of the sum of $397,325 from the school stabilization fund for the town share of the debt service associated with the building of the new high school.
Second. All in favor?
All right.
So
lots of things.
So Article 5, it's not keyed in here, but you did, you got the numbers I sent around. I guess they were in the executive packet. The main difference, in addition to the dollar amounts, is the explicit inclusion of funding from the water revenues to go into water stabilization, which I think is a good move.
So they went for 100?
They did, yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah, I'm good with that then. So,
Me too.
yeah.
Okay.
If you wanted to take that vote tonight, I could go ahead and let FinCom know tomorrow that it was favorably
Yeah, so
recommended.
I'll move that we accept Article 5 with the numbers as presented earlier tonight in the executive session. And, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So let's see, panel transfer. I'm confused why that number of 7,500 was chosen, Angus, and
It's what they get from the connections. They get a feed from the developer for each connection.
okay.
It's not water related.
Yeah, this would seem arbitrarily small.
It's weird, yeah.
Okay, all right, okay, so, we accept Article 6 as this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 7, now we'll vote to raise and appropriate transfer from available funds, sum of $8,540 for pension liability stabilization fund. We're taking any action related to there. Related to,
So my own comments about this, so this is, remember, this is voluntary. We're going above and beyond what we need to do. And so, and that number is simply, DLS simply recommended that we do 10%. So that's how that's 10% of our Essex mandated contribution. So we can do, we've been doing it for, I don't know how long, like 4 or 5 years now. So if we think this is a really bad year, we don't necessarily have to do it at all, or we can do that amount that they recommended, or we can do half of it. It's none of it. This is not we don't have to do this. We're being extra judicious in because we explored every option that we could to give the Essex Retirement Fund more money, and there was no vehicle that could be accomplished in. So this is like, well, okay, well, we'll put it in a different piggy bank, but with the same ultimate end game. But they would not allow. There's no way we could add more to our Essex account. It can't be done.
so the goal of this is to help get to a fully funded. I guess I should know
Yes.
this already, but the goal here is to get this to a fully funded pension
Sooner.
So how will we ultimately make this money available so it can be paid out through Essex Regional Retirement?
You can appropriate it in the same way you can any other stabilization by 2/3 vote at town meeting. So you actually could, I'm looking at the balance as of the end of January was about 305,000 in the pension liability. Let's say you had a really tough budget year, you could reduce from your operating budget by 50 grand and plug that gap from the pension liability.
You
So
could put this.
you
put
could use it to
this
pay that appropriation.
into your pension obligation, for
Right.
example.
Right.
In other words, we could put this in the 800,000 that we're going to, we could not have to pay. Angus is right, that's one thing we could do with it. But we're not the only people doing this, the DLS, that's how they came up with it.
Yeah.
We're the only people that are ahead on OPEB, but we're not the only people that are doing this, this is a big, it's a big obligation, and theoretically will be, if you heard the man from Essex the other night, will be around 2035 will be done, which is amazing.
But with this, we'll be concerned.
You're right, yeah.
Unless there's a really bad year, in which case you don't have to pay it out of the budget.
Yeah, and the only trouble with this is it's not, we haven't figured out a way to, I think it's important that you know all the facts about this. So we haven't figured out a way to invest this in more aggressive fashion, the way it would be in a pension fund. It's not in pension fund type investments at the moment. It's in CDs and those kind of things. So is it making interest? Yes. Is it making a lot? No. That's the
And
But it's better than nothing.
there's a legal reason why we can't invest this in higher return investments.
And we've asked DOR about it. It's a little complicated. And maybe when it, maybe when it gets a little bigger, it'll be worth really working on them to now it's 300,000. It's not a huge amount anyway, but yeah, it would have been great if it was in, last year with 20% returns. It's not as easy as it seems to put a municipal account in those kinds of investment vehicles. Even though it's designated for pension, okay.
And this is 10% of the.
Yep. Yeah, one of the questions, not to open a whole can of worms, but one of the questions I've had, I think Archie, you and I might have corresponded on this maybe two or 3 years ago, was should we be setting up separate pension and or OPEB funds specific to water? Because right now we're doing this kind of out of town free cash into a town account. There's not, unless we start drawing a percentage of that from water, right now there's not the same kind of savings account or piggy bank for those unfunded water.
Right.
So I think you and I corresponded a couple of years ago with just like a late night email, like, hey, this is something we might want, but it's kind of like on the list, but
so
that's
a little bit of this is there.
well, it depends how the town manages it. When it's based on the
Total,
It's
it's
based
an
on-
arbitrary figure. It's simply based on the total contribution of the two Essex retirement, but I mean, it could be 9%, it could be 12%.
it's going to vary year to year. Yeah. And every year that total amount is allocated based on the proportional contribution to the salary.
So
survey.
water hasn't been doing the same thing.
Correct.
So they're not doing the same thing.
So that's something they would need to kind of decide to put that into a separate stabilization fund, because right now it's been funded entirely from town free cash. So.
Yeah. And I guess we don't have, obviously we don't have final numbers yet, but we don't really. Well, what is the estimate currently of absent the school contribution or the school portion of the budget of what would likely correspond to in terms of tax rate increase?
I do actually have that, but I have it on my workstation. I have that, and so if we wanted to pause, I could get it, but I don't have it on this because I can't tap into the network from here.
Okay.
So I do have a tax recap model where it does translate to, you know, estimated tax impact.
Yeah.
But I didn't think to bring it.
So based on what you were saying before, it sounded like you were thinking that somewhere in the range of $15,000 or $16,000 equates to a penny.
That was my recollection, but again,
But we can do this from free cash. There's no-
yeah, there's no
reason
impact of
we
this
have
on the
to-
tax rate, yeah.
We don't have to raise and appropriate.
Well, I mean,
No, but that matters, so it is, if it's from free cash, it's not going to be effective tax.
unless we're looking at our free cash in the fall, wondering how much we can use
Divvy up, yeah, right.
to use the tax rate.
And I do have a draft on my computer of the table that you're used to seeing at the end of the FinCom booklets with the impact on town accounts. A couple of the cells are shaded bright yellow because either it's like snow and ice, which is still a moving target, or it's one of the ones where we don't have a placeholder number yet, like, you know, the soldier and sailors. So it's not, but for those that you see numbers, I do have a impact on town accounts table. But again, I didn't think to print it, but I could.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do a brief recess, I could.
Just to throw something out, my feeling is we keep it there because it's just a good reminder that we should be doing this. But you know, we haven't been doing it for 20 years. We've
Yeah.
only been doing it for 5 years, and I make a motion that we make this 50,000 rather than 80. Save $30,000, and it's still a significant sum, and this is more than we have put in any one year, simply because our Essex
Went up so much
went
this year.
up a significant amount too.
Good point. For a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
second.
I guess almost no matter what number we grab now, it's not arbitrary because the state DLS has a recommendation of 10%, but at some point, any number becomes almost arbitrary. So, sure. Any discussion? Matt? All in favor? Aye.
Alright,
Okay, so we reduced Article 7 to we reduced that number to 50,000. Article 8, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate annual transfer.
That's the one you had taken off at a prior meeting. Yeah.
Okay, see if the town will, okay, and I move to that we approve Article 9
second.
as stated. All in favor? Aye.
I'll just say real briefly, I don't think it's worth spending a lot of time on because there's no problem with this, but that 150,000 number was set back when this curbside was brand new, and I think it was set very conservatively. I haven't.
Explain what's going on there, I forget.
Okay, so where the rollout of the new collection barrels, there was a provision that allowed people to buy a second barrel if they wanted one. And so when they were rolling that out, they didn't know how many people might take advantage of that option. And so they said, let's say I think, as I recall, they said, let's say every single customer buys a second barrel. And because the town's just a pass-through with a revolving fund, they needed a number that was big enough to allow it to handle that much money. In reality, that's not the level of activity we've seen. But I don't have a number. And like I said, there's no harm because we are nowhere near the cap on the total amount that you can fit through revolving funds. But if you wanted, I could just, you know, for the next meeting, say this is the actual activity in that revolving fund. It's going to be way below that. And
we've already seen the figure.
That's right. Yeah. So, but you know, then that's does Board of Health like need to meet to, like, does it create a thing when we've only got, you know, not that long until town meeting? Is it even, I don't think it's more of like, you know,
Well, maybe we.
actually, you know what? Summer rec revolving fund, I think we want to bump that up too, just based on, I mean, just in the few weeks that my rec has been up, we're already over
Well,
52,000.
Wasn't the numbers that I was seeing somewhere in the 40s?
It was already in the high 40s last week, and as of
That's what I
today, it
mean,
was
yeah.
52. So that number definitely needs to go up. That 44,530.
I move we rescind the vote.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Motion to,
It's okay.
motion
I
to
just thought we were on a
reconsider.
roll.
Yeah.
Can we say that again?
Motion to reconsider.
I mean, if you want, I can review these all with Stephanie, and we can just come back with the numbers next
We'll
time.
look at this next time.
Okay,
We'll have the
all right.
numbers, so all
I
in
think
favor
that's better. Sorry about that.
Of reconsideration. Aye.
We're
Because we had voted.
No, Angus, we might as well get it now, so you don't have to do it.
Well, no, but I would like to know like what the numbers are. And for the summer rec, you know, the big thing, they increased the fees. They hadn't changed the fees in 10 years. They went from 125 to 160. So that's part of why the revenues are, you know, above. So I want to set it high enough that it's going to cover whatever the amount may
Does
be.
Board of Health meet between now and,
They might, I mean, I can ask Paul, like, or I can ask Blake, like as long as it's a healthy amount, I don't think there's any.
yeah, I mean, so if we can adjust that number too. that would-
Yeah, it just might mitigate questions people may have, because it looks on paper like a lot of money, but it's not.
Yeah, okay.
It's only money if it comes in.
I keep forgetting to do that. I want to get.
Oh, okay, well, maybe we need to keep it.
Yeah, it's,
Okay, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to transfer the sum of 10,364 from the septic fund revolving account. to the bank. And
This is it, right? This is the
this
one.
is.
No, actually, I have it in my tables for 3 more years. Reggie Turner.
Wasn't there a big deal made about it last year that it was the final?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I remember that too. But no, I have a debt service table that's showing it for another 3 years. So, you know, for what it's worth, I have not gotten a request from the Board of Health. I put it in there because the debt table I have from Hilltop Securities has it. So.
Maybe I think it's the last one.
Yeah, so that's the information I have, but this has been around so long that we don't have any of the original paperwork.
Rationale for that, like,
When you want to be-
yeah, like 20 years ago. I
Yeah.
still don't.
We don't have any of the paperwork. And we paid off a different bond just last summer. We had it was a USDA going back a long, long time. We had 0 paper. And no one and I mean, I talked to USDA on the phone many times, emails, like that. We had an open communication, but they couldn't get us the original loan paperwork. It was so like I don't know, they couldn't get it. So, but they were ramping up their reporting rules quite a bit. And we were so close to the end, we said, can we just pay it off? Then we don't have to deal with all these new rules. They said, yeah. So we did. We were so close anyway. So.
Okay. Well, so we have reason to believe this number is correct.
Yeah, it's what I have in the Hilltop debt table.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, I move that we approve Article 10.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Article 11, see if the town will vote to allocate the reserve from community preservation fund annual revenue. Okay, so those are all standard numbers based on the formula. 10% for community housing reserve, 10% historic resource reserve, 10% open space and recreation reserve, and 5% for administrative expenses, and then the balance of 65% for any
The general.
for any possible categories.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Article 12, see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of blank fund unvoted person, so that we should.
This needs some work at the next meeting, yeah.
Article 13, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of $48,000. That's, oh yeah, this is the one for Pipe State. To fund the study and design for the parking and circulation within Pipe State, done properly. So this one,
Did make it or did you not?
I think this was proposed to go forward, to continue to go forward.
Well, it is. I mean, I have some mixed feelings about it, which I'm happy to get into now. So I think that the two things I'll say, so we invited a scope from the same vendor doing the safety audit. And the initial scope they gave us totally missed the mark. We gave some constructive feedback. They gave a revised scope and budget, and that's the basis of this. I still don't think the scope is totally what we want, but I think from a budget standpoint, it's probably a good number. It might be a little high from what's actually needed. My bigger concern, and Wayne shares this concern, is from a bandwidth standpoint, that even if this is funded, he and I think that soonest we would actually be initiating this would be next winter. The soonest, and that assumes the new DPW position is created and that is filled somewhat timely, just because of the backlog of all the things that both he and I already are doing. And so while we think this is really needed, we're a little bit concerned that if it gets a high profile this spring, if people don't hear that message that, look, we need it, but we're not starting it in May, we're not starting it in June, we're not starting it in July. Like, does that end up being a problem that people say, what are you doing? As if we're sitting here, I don't know. So that's a concern, just the bandwidth to manage a project like this.
So why don't we do it in the fall?
That's I think would be fine with me, fine with Wayne. I think it's good. We push the ball a little bit further this cycle to where we at least have a decent start of scope, but it's not something we have,
So I'm fine with that. My only question though is, there's this traditional pushback, or it seems to be traditional that the fall special town meeting should only be for things that could reasonably be anticipated.
Mhm.
And we are anticipating this right now. And
Yeah.
so is that, do we say that logic is not always valid, or how do we handle it?
I mean, I don't,
Rules are made to be.
yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem going forward with it. Yeah. And I don't, if it goes forward, I definitely think we can advocate for it, and it's important. I just would want to be clear on timing, that it's not, it's just not a near-term issue, which doesn't make it unimportant. So if everyone's on board with that, I'm fine, with it.
So part of being clear about it, should there be a signal with a sunset date in, the end of FY 24? As opposed to FY 23?
Yeah.
Well, how about we literally say anticipated start date would be January.
Or earliest start date would be,
Yeah.
It could, maybe
No,
it's
there's no reason we can't.
late.
do that, right?
Yeah. I also think, and Wayne and I are in total agreement, we will seek bids. This is something we will bid out, and that in itself takes time.
Okay.
I'd be concerned about what amount to put in here. We're not gonna bid it for another 6 months. Is that?
That's a good
We
point.
haven't had good luck with.
Right. Yeah,
bidding right now.
that's right.
I heard everybody's prices are going back down.
I feel like this whole deferring,
Was a joke.
I know, I just moved it out by it. Deferring until fall, only things that can't be, that just seems so arbitrary. I know that we
Yeah.
had this done originally.
I agree with you.
Always have a
Yeah.
fall town meeting,
Right.
let's just.
Right, I agree. I don't know why there's,
Well, the moderator, that's why.
It's not special if you have it every single year.
So we just have a. spring, fall.
but it happens every year. So
That's why it's not special.
And I also think, things that have potentially like a transformative impact on the community, like, by the way, adopting a new form of government at the fall town meeting, that may be, there's a clear rationale. Look, you have a lot more people at an annual. But this doesn't fall into that category, even though it's foreseeable, it's not
Not a huge.
I don't think anyone would say, oh, you're,
Well, one-
disenfranchising
one
the
of
voters,
one-
something
one
like
of the
this.
reasons was that people would kind of like hide things that might be subject to more scrutiny in the spring, and then people aren't paying much attention in the fall, and they don't, it isn't quite as severe, and so then they bring stuff up for a vote in the fall when they think it's gonna be easier for it to get passed.
We would never.
That's one of the reasons for it.
Do you want to just keep it on for now, and then we'll put this on for 2 weeks from now? That way you'll have all the backup in front of you. And
Sure.
I do think if we're going to go forward, I mean, Wayne and I did some work to get it this
I guess
far.
You do have a reasonable, estimate of what it would be.
We do.
So
Yeah,
so there is something to back, it's not just a guess.
correct. But we haven't really done groundwork in terms of, meeting with Parks and Rec, meeting with Open Space, meeting with Concord. Like, we haven't done any of that, so.
So my only question is, what did they think that the safety project and this are like apples and oranges, that they didn't see any synergy in it at all?
I don't know if I have that. I'm not clear on that, on their thinking. I will say that their initial draft, I think initial draft proposal, I think they were looking at this as an engineering challenge, even though I had told them very clearly, this is a bigger political and process challenge. And I told them in the field visit, I said, take whatever number of meetings you might normally think for this and triple it. And then they submitted an initial proposal that I think was 15,000. I called them up. I said, you didn't hear what I said. I walked them through like this group and this group and this group, and they're all going to want you to meet with them many times. Like, this is going to be a big thing in terms of public process, a big time.
So they didn't think the entrance out onto 113 is all that big of a deal?
Oh, I don't think they wouldn't even hazard a guess on that without doing it. They're engineers, which is another thing. I don't know, I really think we need like a planning firm with an engineering component, because it really is, the process is what's going to make or break this. It's really not an engineering, it's partly political, it's partly legal with the conservation restriction and the constraints on what can and can't be paved and that kind of thing. The relationship with the Dunn property. I mean, it really is a planning exercise. So, I think if we talk about it at the next meeting, and that way you have the information in front of you, you might, I think we might want to table it. I think if we had to table it for a year, I would be more concerned. But if, it depends how you're looking at the fall town meeting, if you're looking at that as something.
Well, I mean, I only mention that issue because I hear it every time.
Yeah.
And I personally don't have an objection, particularly something like this. It's not big dollars, and it's something that clearly, we've known about it, but the reasons why we haven't pursued it up to this point. And so we decided to pursue it at the fall town meeting. That's the big deal. We can anticipate.
You brought it up, Rick.
I know.
All right, so I move that we defer this until the fall.
Okay, I'll say. All there.
Great. Thanks.
See, the town will vote to transfer from available funds the sum of $9,900 to fund vegetation management at Pike State and adjacent Dunn property. So called, or take any other action there too. I move that we approve this.
Do we have any information on
Is
this?
this a good number or what's this?
It is a good number in that it's based on a vendor proposal, but what I was gonna, so this was initially included in the proposed park and rec operating budget. And I think, and I reached out to Brad when I saw it and I said, geez, that's a big, because there's nothing like that prior years. And I said, is this a one-time expense or an annual expense? He said, it's a one-time expense. I said, it makes more sense as an article rather than appearing to spike the operating budget. I think it would be really good for this board to understand what is being proposed and why, since the land is under your care and custody, not park and rec.
Yeah, we don't
So,
know anything.
Yeah, so we do have like a 2-page proposal that came in, and it would be, I think, in the backup materials of one of those prior packets with all the, it's in there somewhere. And in any case, we got it on a server, we can email it around. But I think this would be good to maybe see if Brad could, if not show up at the next meeting, if he's not, if he can, great, but at least just make us more proactively aware of what it is. He described it to me as kind of thinning out the vegetation, helping to clear out some things that are kind of overgrown, but what's overgrown to one person might be, you know.
I really do want to hear what
Yeah.
is projected here, because it's actually, this could teach us a lot about how we ought to try to do something about all of the other town lands where we have problems with invasives. And because it's a major problem on the edges of all town-owned fields, not just town-owned fields, of all town fields in the town. And so this is taking one, as I understand, a little bit I understand, is taking one relatively small discrete area and addressing that. And
This is a big area. I don't even understand how.
well, I think it's basically the boundary between the Pipe State Fields and the Dunn property.
Just that?
Yeah.
Just that wall area?
I believe that's.
That's my
But I
understanding.
don't know that for sure. What is it? I'm sorry, say again?
That's my understanding too.
Yeah. So that's why, personally, I think that this may be very educational.
Here, I've got it up on the screen. I'll just, in case, let me just do a quick screen share. I'm not expecting you to process this on the fly, but let me just put it up on the
Is
screen.
Park and Rec the most appropriate entity for the energy?
That probably not.
Yeah.
No. Let's see. And I know the proposal says 15,250, but there was a reason why it was, yeah. So mow woody brush and invasive species along access road between recycling center and fields back to stone wall. Move Norway maples and declining ash trees along access road. Prune remaining trees to remove dead wood and trees. Bittersweet.
That was an easy thing.
I would also want to use it.
Yeah.
Did he say what the, what the rationale was for doing this, other than, I mean, is there a reason this specific area was targeted?
I think I heard one comment by Brad. I haven't had any substantial conversation, but I think partly this may be because the trees are being taken down, or that, it's very much an aesthetic thing, and, right up against our playing fields, and, there's a fair amount of public exposure there, and so it's, it's very obvious that there's a mess there right now. But Brad didn't say that in as many words. That was a little bit that I heard. That
You
was
mean
the impression I
a danger thing, or the trees are falling down, or what?
Well, I mean, they are falling down, they're being killed by vines, and, because they're being overtaken. So the vines.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's.
It's like anywhere.
Yeah, exactly, there are sweet vines that it shades the crown of the tree doesn't photosynthesize anymore. Yeah, it dies because it's starved to death, and then it falls because it's covered with fines of all the snow and wind.
Wendy, I think at some point, I think I told you Brad's got me working on 9 different projects and I maybe was rounding up, but
10 emails on one day.
no, I spend, yes,
Yeah, all right.
lots and lots of time on Park and Rec. Lots of time. Tons of time.
So this, kind of a related point, I've been corresponding with Anne Craig.
Yeah.
She and Tom wanted to do work on invasives on my property, and they were kind of asking us what the process is, and her latest thing is she wants to do it on the dime. So Angus had told her in indemnification, and all that, so.
Well, so that's interesting. I didn't realize that. So, back last year, there were a couple of meetings, Wayne was involved. And it involved a number of people, some people on WN2 group, some people who had interest in the MVP group, or the Climate Change Resiliency Committee. And a couple of the people who I think maybe were on either, there were maybe 8 of us or so, 8 or 10 people. And we were talking about trying to come up with a strategy to address, particular town properties. And Dunn wasn't one of the ones, although it's certainly one that I guess we need to kind of round up a bigger group and get everybody on the same page and try to come up with a strategy.
Yeah, so she originally asked about Riverbed, and I told her that it depends on what entity manages that property. So I
Yeah.
said Riverbed is Concom.
Yeah.
And I said, this like board manages Dunn, and so she came back and said, well, can we work on Dunn?
Yeah.
So I guess this is not strictly related to this, but I was gonna raise that at the end of the meeting for
Yeah.
other agenda items.
Yeah.
She needs to get formal permission or. If we can have her do this for free.
So I can see if Brad can either come to the meeting or submit something ahead of time
Yeah.
to elaborate what
Yeah,
the
that'd be
objective
good.
is.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Because when I saw it in the budget proposal, it was the first I'd heard of it.
Yeah.
So I haven't looked into it much. I don't believe Wayne has either, just with his workload.
Yeah, and
So
I
you
never,
need to be involved in it, so it kind of.
People work around.
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
yeah, I mean, this maybe should be part of a bigger
I
strategy.
think so, and I don't
About-
think a one-shot deal is gonna do it, it's gonna take,
Right,
excessive years working on it.
yeah. Okay, so moving on to Article 15, see if the town will vote to transfer. Oh, so anyway, I made a motion, I withdraw my motion. See if the town,
This
on
one is removed.
Article 14, okay, Article 15 has been
Withdrawn.
withdrawn, okay. Article 16, see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds some $15,000 fund to study for the potential to generate solar electricity at several town parcels were taken into action. There too. So just to break the ice, I move that we. Second. Okay. So I don't know what questions other people have. I do have one question related to actual application of funds. So it's possible that $15,000 is a fair amount more than is necessary to evaluate we're doing do a feasibility study of the sites that are have been, identified so far. There may be 1 or 2 additional sites identified. And what I'm wondering is, because of this wording, or take any other action related there too. If there are 1 or 2 sites that are defined or that appear to be very viable and worth pursuing now, sooner as opposed to later. If there's enough money to fund having an RFQ put together by an outside firm, could those funds, could that fall under the, or take any other action related to category?
Mhm.
And I asked that specifically because Cadmus, a company called Cadmus, who, you know, I've received a proposal, you know, a rough proposal for what it would cost. They're the ones who did the RFQ for the Main Street Solar Project. That was funded by a DOER grant at the time. But you know, we already have been denied a DOER grant in the competitive program last year. You know, so it's possible that if a company, say Cadmus, did the feasibility study, that we might also be able to have them compose another RFQ similar to last time. You know, if we're all able to roll into one article under that, you know, other action related there too, then it could expedite things. Because it isn't as though we're gonna get a feasibility study and have sites identified and then say, no, we're not gonna, let's not bother doing anything. I mean, that is a good point. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that.
I was just trying to think of a way to modify the language to include both of those. Just have it be under and other action.
Yeah,
It would
okay.
be better to have it explicitly.
Yeah,
That's the article language, that would be the final motion.
But yeah, if you have you know, if you want to broaden the article language, you certainly can do that. This is kind of the early draft.
yeah.
So they would do the feasibility study and develop an RFP.
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know if this is enough, would be enough for that, but there's I think a reasonable possibility that it would be. And so if we've, you know, if we funded that to get that far, you know, it isn't that much farther to then produce the RFP and be ready to, you know, to move to the next step beyond that. Or RFQ, excuse me, request for qualification. That was the way we did it last time. It wasn't a request for proposal, it was a request for qualification. And maybe we don't want to do it the same way this time, but that's what we did last time.
And how.
Just, I just want to hear the nuts and bolts of it. So they come up with 3 spots that they like. Well, obviously, we can't get organized enough to do 3 spots, so what would happen then?
Well, we would then need to make a determination which one or 2, or whatever the number was, we wanted to pursue first.
Right.
And you know, that would involve, depending upon the size.
Would that involve, you know, comment from the planning board?
Well, it could require a zoning bylaw change.
All that kind of stuff, yeah, so in other words.
An overlay just essentially.
Yeah, would that then? The way, it just seemed like. You think, well, they can just do the RFP, right, if they find a good spot immediately. It doesn't seem like it would be that easy anymore.
Well, that's one step, okay, so one step is to, you know, so you define the site, and one step is then to put out an RFQ so that you can have potential vendors identify themselves and show why they're qualified.
Okay, so would that be before all the groundwork is made, like planning, or no?
With the last time around, and I just use that for an example, because I have nothing else to refer to. Last time around, the RFQ, I'm pretty sure, proceeded the zoning change.
Oh, it did.
Although we were in discussion, if I remember right, we were in discussion with the planning board. And, you know, they were doing their bit, the zoning change had not been completed. Because if I remember correctly, I think that the, when the whole process started, we didn't yet have, you know.
I don't think we have districts and stuff.
No, I don't think we had a zoning district, and the zoning overlay district, created, you know, and approved by town meeting.
No, I don't think we did.
So, you know, that was just something we had to address with the company, so. You know, that's, it's, that's not a few that we evaluated. So, I mean, maybe the thing to do, Angus, is, as you said, is for us to broaden the language somewhat, so that, what if we added after town-owned parcels, and to potentially follow up on, for parcels considered viable for solar PV to, generate or write or phrase it, an RFQ to solicit vendors. That's pretty wordy.
It's not that. I guess I'm thinking two things. One thing is I think it's a different vote at that point.
Yeah.
And people may, you know, want to know much more about what sites are you looking at, and
Yeah.
you know, whereas right now that hasn't been specified,
Yeah.
and also there's the write up that Chip had done, Chip Wallace had done.
Yeah.
That's what's been circulated.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking in terms of the, you know, like FinCom's already got a couple of things they're
Yeah.
going to need to be
Okay.
forgiving on, you
Okay.
know, soldiers and sailors, the wage budgeting, they're going to have to kind of cut me some slack on those. I don't want to overburden their
Okay, that's
good
fine.
nature,
That's fine. I was,
right?
I understand what you're saying, and, so let's just keep it the way it is, and,
As if it's funded, and you know, if it gets done, you know, if the feasibility gets done this summer,
yeah,
it could be on for the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, follow-up step. So you wouldn't really lose any time,
okay.
you know, and where it says several, it doesn't specify the number of parcels they could do. That's my feeling. Yeah, no one would object to this, but if it gets into the next step,
Yeah.
I think you might have some more
Objections.
well, questions anyway.
Okay, okay. All right, so, anyway, so I had made a motion to approve this second, and somebody seconded.
Yeah, Archie.
So I would just change the language to fund a study for the potential, if that's not, to fund a study to evaluate the potential, or fund a study for the feasibility.
Fund a study for the feasibility,
Study.
fund a feasibility study.
Or generation of solar to city with the parcels.
Yeah, that works.
What was that again? Sorry.
And fund a feasibility study for,
Evaluation of. Oh, no, I'm sorry, fund a feasibility study for the generation of solar electricity.
So feasibility in front of a study and get rid of potential.
Yeah.
You were thinking of electrical potentials, that's why you used that, right?
Okay. Cool. All right, so we voted, do we?
No,
No,
yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. This must get tired. Article 17, so town will transfer from available funds, some $25,000 for matching funds for the next phase of historic property survey / inventory, or to take any other action related thereto. I move that we approve it. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, I don't know anything about this, so.
Okay.
So this is, so they had gotten 12.5.
We'd already done the.
This is phase 3. This is phase 3. And a couple of years, I forget the timing, but they had gotten 12.5 of CPC funds for matching funds for a state grant. But the state grant that they just recently received is for 15,000, and it's a 50-50 match, so they need 15. They have 12.5 of CPC. So this would basically round out the required match.
Okay, see, I had thought that we'd already gotten part 3 done, but no.
No, you probably remember that because they went through the CPC process for part 3, but hadn't yet obtained the state grant. They just recently, I think it was in the last couple of weeks, learned that they would get the state grant.
That's the district's thing, or is this something else?
No, it's not. It's the historic commission. Yeah, it's not to do with the historic district. Although that was actually part of the study. So yeah, it's related. I actually happened to notice that. Actually, I think I was preparing for our retreat and I was looking at my grants worksheet. Anyhow, and I noticed that, like, wait, I think you need 15, you have 12.5, and I emailed them like on a Saturday. I caught it. Like, it wouldn't probably, the warrant probably would have closed. Anyhow, I just lucked up on it, but.
It's just this bit is leveraged with, the CPC funds.
Okay.
Well, they originally put in for CPC, but the amount was so
But it wasn't
small.
enough, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
$2,500.
Yeah.
We then, throw in $3,000 worth of overhead costs, we get $2,500 of our own money.
Yeah, you report on it every single year forever with CPC money, so I had Rick motion, Wendy second.
All in favor?
Okay.
Article 18 is the town will vote to transfer from available funds some $25,000 to fund an evaluation audit of the Page School brick exterior lintels or take any other action related thereto.
Second.
Any questions?
So did this get CSE approval?
It did.
And
In fact, this was, I think this was either number 2 or number 3 out of the 8 or 9 projects that were completed.
so is it a long-term school?
Well, there is also a study that, which is next article, to evaluate the school structural safety and component assessment. And so this right now, Article 18 really is safety. Because
18 is like, one of those could fall down
and hit
tomorrow.
somewhere, right? And in fact, some of them have fallen down earlier yesterday. Not just yesterday, but some previous day. So pieces literally have fallen off the building.
But
And at
this is
point,
just an evaluation, this is not even to do the work.
Correct.
This is just to figure out how big a deal it is to do the work.
Yeah, back when Gary Bill was here, he had gotten a proposal to do the work and it was in the 6 figures. And because that was 2017, the idea, and it was really a very crude markup. And so, Wayne wants to really get a better understanding of what has to happen. So the next step would be a proposal to actually remediate some of
Yeah,
that.
but this is to have somebody who does this specific, not somebody who does the work, but somebody, an engineering firm basically, who does the evaluation to do it. Last time, I think the company was the Olson Corporation, AUL, so.
Yep.
And they're actually a vendor for, to do that type of work. So I think Wayne's perspective is it's better to have somebody who isn't looking to do the work, do the evaluation.
No, I agree, I'm just, if it's
Yeah.
a safety issue, why are we doing a study? It seems like it should be fixed right away. And if not, why are we not just included with Article 19 as part of, an overall assessment?
Well, I
It's
think,
a good question.
I think
Having seen these up close, they're like, even for, okay, we decided we don't want the base school, we're in a new school. We can't have a new school for 5 years, even if we started tomorrow. So in the meantime, these things literally have to be fixed or pieces are gonna fall, you know, on people walking through the front door. They have to be addressed. Even if we decide, it's almost like Kevin, the building's almost not functional if these things are falling off.
Yeah, and the reason why we don't just do it right away is because we need to identify what the best solution is. And, you know, the best solution, you know, maybe there are two best solutions and maybe we have to weigh, or two potential appropriate solutions. If we have to weigh which one makes the best sense, considering what we get for results from Article 19. You know, maybe Article 19 tells us that we have, you know, liabilities to repair the school, $45 million in the next 10 years. And we say that's crazy. And maybe one solution is, instead of putting mortar lintels back in, we put plywood sheeting on. I don't know, you know, I'm making up ideas, but.
Well, that's kind of why I felt like it should be done in tandem, you know, together rather than.
But they're different companies that will be doing the work, and that's why, most likely will be different companies.
It's like you have to, I think they're sort of architectural as well as structural. So they have to like cast these, because they've got, you know, filigree on them and stuff, and it's, I guess it's very, but you can't pull it out without the, you know, the brick collapse. It's a problem unto itself it's a very unusual problem.
This is the 2017 proposal up here.
It just seems like a lot of money for essentially it's developing a scope, right?
It does seem a lot for a scope, you're right.
So Angus, the number on that notebook.
260, yeah.
So, you know, it's you know, less than 10% of, not that 10% is a trivial number, but I don't think it's all, that's a number from, you know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Chances are it's going to be bigger now. Although, of course, we don't know what some other company will come up with. I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, the engineering costs, if you look at any job, it's not unusual for the engineering cost to be 10% of the cost of the job. And if that's, you know, if this works out to be 7% of the cost, ultimate cost of the job, it's not.
Yeah, it's just an audit though, it's not really an engineer. I mean, I guess it depends how we develop the scope.
Right.
It's like he's talking about evaluate current conditions, repair report that be used for cost estimates and contract bidding. I think his idea is that let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can see if he can come to the next meeting. I would rather, he's much more knowledgeable on this than I am, so.
Having heard Wayne speak about it 2 or 3 times, I mean, I'm ready to move on. I think it's, you know, and my guess is that I'm confident that if Wayne doesn't have to spend $25,000, he's not going to spend 25. But, you know, he typically tries to build a little bit of fat in, because it's better to have a little bit of more money that gets turned back to free cash than to have not enough money and have to go back and start over.
Hey, so you just blow that up for a second so I can distribute that. Okay. Okay, so this would be so that they can create bids. So it's sort of like an engineering.
Yeah, these are big chunks of material too.
Is this something that the CIC has discussed? And that's what points to be sought in the monitoring stage?
It is, and it definitely is an active conversation right now, but that's why the $85,000 is there for the next article to begin to, not to begin, but so there was a study done back 10 or 11 years ago.
2009, yeah.
Okay, more than that, than 13 years ago, when, when Page School was being looked at for that $10 million bond that was used. That needs to be updated. And since then, there have been a bunch of issues identified that were not picked up by that original study. So this is, and the previous study was really done as, I don't think it was funded separately, and I think it somehow was worked into the architectural work. I'm not sure about that, but I think it made it work in the architectural work. So this will now be a focus study by an engineering company to look at all systems and structural elements of the school and figure out where the problems are. And hopefully they capture the vast majority of it and can come up with reasonable cost estimates to fix it. And at that point, then we look at that and we say, does this make sense? Or what of this makes sense? And what should we start to formulate the plan B? Yeah, no, this is definitely an active discussion. What should we do about Page School? Because it has some big.
I mean, the study was actually done before the repairs were done. So, it's not, I think it's not really useful. And since that time, we've done a lot of things. We've done a lot of the fire alarm stuff and a lot of stuff that was bad got fixed because of the flood. And so again, more things were found that were not up to par because of the flood. So the overall study, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's nothing compared to, we have to have better information.
Right.
We've done the roof, lots of things have been done, and however, I still think, I think both of these things are important to do. And in the big scheme of things, the cost is nothing compared to the cost of actually doing some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, and we really do have to start thinking about it at some point. We throw good money after that. So we spent $10 million, and then since then we probably spent another couple million since then on other stuff.
I would bet a couple million more.
And so at what point is it good money after that? So, but we're still on Article 18.
Yep.
I made a motion. I think Wendy, you seconded. I know you had questions after that. All in favor of approving Article 18.
Me.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to Wayne to find out more about it.
Okay.
So I guess-
Would you prefer that we hold this?
If you don't mind, because I don't want to go against it.
Okay.
I just, don't feel like I have enough information about it.
Okay, all right, so, Archie and I already cast a vote, but I will reconsider my vote and abstain for the moment.
Can withdraw the motion.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
All right, I'll follow up with him.
Okay. Article 19 is to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds of some $85,000 to fund the structural safety component assessment study for the Page School, or to take any other action related thereto. So I would vote to approve or move to approve Article 19. Second. And I know we've already talked about this a little bit, but anybody have any questions or thoughts or comments?
I think I just saw, I was looking for not only what it will cost to repair, but some recommendation is, does this make sense for you, coming from an engineer rather than us saying?
Yeah.
Does this make sense? So I think I see that there. Cost analysis study. Yeah, I think that's good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Article 20, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds of $65,000 to fund the replacement of town office's phone system, or take any other action related thereto. So, move to.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's getting to the point where I can't, people can't hear me on my phone.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
no, the phones are bad. Everyone knows the phones are bad.
Article 21, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds some $56,000 to fund the replacement of a pickup truck for the facilities division at DPW, or take any action related thereto. Move to approve Article 21.
Second. So what did the CIC say about the truck?
It was, gets probably middle of the pack in terms of its rating.
Yeah, it was 4 out of 9.
This truck was proposed is an electric vehicle. It's a Ford Lightning 150, F-150.
Is that,
There-
oh, we're with you.
I'm sorry, say again?
I was looking to see if it's 4x4. the existing-
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the Ranger is not, but yeah, this is 4x4. Although this isn't necessarily relevant to the article, there is a state program, it's the Mass EVIT program, which is basically an electric vehicle incentive program for municipalities. We can apply for $7,500, which we are not guaranteed, but most likely to receive.
Okay.
So what is the lead time on this?
TBD.
3 years?
That's one of the questions, because one of the EVIP things, but it sounds like they'll be flexible, but their stated rules are that you can't, I think, once you sign a contract with them, you have 180 days to have the vehicle delivered. We corresponded with them last week to say no dealer can guarantee that, and they said they understand. They're seeing that everywhere. So I don't know what the lead time is, but it's probably more than 6 months, probably.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, they haven't delivered the first vehicle yet.
Mhm.
Rumor has it they're perilously close to actually delivering vehicles, but they haven't yet. Yeah, they're already talking about it. Ford's already talking about ramping up another production facility for it. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, we did vote. Thanks, Jim. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's, I like the color.
It's not going to be that color
Why not?
because you like it.
Article 22, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of $80,000 to fund the replacement of an F-350 dump truck with a new F-550 dump truck for highway division of DPW, or take any other action related thereto.
Also 2008.
The vehicle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I move that we would approve this article.
Okay, so that's 52,000 miles. What did they say about this truck? That's not that much.
It isn't that much, I think, except based on what Wayne is saying, you have to consider what the 52,000 miles are. You know, it's toting around a heavy salt,
Okay,
or at least in the winter, toting around a heavy salt, for which he has learned and concluded that salt spreader fully loaded is way more than that vehicle. The existing F-350 should be carrying.
oh, really?
Which is why he's proposing to go up to an F-550. So, you know, the 350 is a 1 ton, the 550 is a 1.5 tons or a 2 ton is considered big. And
So Angus, do you know if the vehicles are on kind of a replacement schedule? Kind of budget out that far?
I think the capital program serves like that.
I just wonder if like we're gonna get 2 vehicles each year or if it's more spread out.
With the trucks, they've been pretty in it. That's one thing that's been on the capital plan even for years. They've usually been pretty organized with the trucks, because it's easy to figure out, you know, the lifespan of the truck.
so, yeah, the other, I think part of the answer to that too, Wendy, is that, so the Ranger is built into the ground. Whereas the salt truck is highway department. So, you know, they are both DPW, parts of DPW, but they're discreetly different and, you know, with different functions. So it's kind of coincidental, I think, that there are 2 vehicles the same year.
Well, and also the buildings and grounds was initially proposed, was that 1 year ago or 2 years? It was a year ago. And it ended up being taken off the warrant, but it was needed at that time. So it was pushed forward and now we have kind of 2 in 1 year. Yeah, it is, yeah. But remember that, Archie? Remember it didn't make the cut last year?
So we also want to put on the, especially for this truck, we want to make sure we put it on the motion that it's disposed of, you know, get the correct, the maximum return on the resale.
Yeah. So I don't recall how that's been phrased in the motion.
Yeah.
I think we put similar language to that in articles. We'll look back at it because I know exactly what he's talking about.
We had it on some apparatus on the fall one.
Yeah, we've used kind of
I think
similar.
that was done that way in reselling the old plow truck. Because it could have gone to a trade, or it could potentially have been sold to somebody who, you know, ran a plow truck for the state and was basically gonna run it to the ground.
There has been a history in the past that we did better unloading it ourselves rather than doing the trade, yeah.
So anyway, I made a motion, I don't think anybody seconded it. Correct. All in favor?
Okay.
Aye. See, now vote to transfer from available funds a sum of $39,000 to fund the purchase of the public safety emergency communication equipment and the removal of outdated equipment, or take any other action related to.
Second.
So this is the one Mike was talking about.
Right, yeah, to take down that existing tower next to the old rec building and all the electronics upstairs, or the antenna on the roof of the page, and then the other electronics on the 3rd floor.
And you said there's no classrooms.
Apparently not, yeah, at least the space that's being considered is not appropriate for a classroom and not needed as a classroom. All in favor?
So I guess these amounts all still go through procurement through Wayne, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, some of the things like the truck purchases are on, pre-bids, state bid lists. So, we had actual quotes for those, but
This is the tower.
yes, yeah, that it's all subject to
So
procurement.
we only need to put this much tower on top of the roof, is that what you? In other words, we're not putting that giant thing on top of it.
We're only putting the
We're
top.
just putting the amount, so it's ultimately going to be the approximately the same height.
Yeah, he said,
Because he was saying it would be lower, well, then why are you doing it? Because we're putting it there because that's the highest spot. I was confused.
Yeah, I don't, I honestly don't know how,
Unless the new one is more efficient.
Yeah, exactly, it may be, it may be that the characteristics of the antenna are better now, maybe it's new electronics.
or that might be too high to begin with. So it doesn't need to be as high.
Oh, perhaps, yeah, that could be it, yeah.
He said
Is that a
they,
quote, Angus, or is
This
that
is,
a
yep.
scrap sheet?
Yep, no, this is a quote that Mike had gotten. He'd actually gotten it about a little over a year ago, and then got it updated in January.
Is there some reason that they couldn't, I guess I didn't answer my own question, I thought about it, but. So they couldn't put it on the water tower because they also need a building, right? They need some kind of dry area for the electronics.
That's best for the electronics if you have an enclosure, closed building with,
Okay.
that's, environmentally controlled to some degree. Which,
insulation so it doesn't get cold, things like that.
Yeah, well, and part of this, right now we're carrying a separate insurance policy for this building because it's a vacant building. And every year insurance asks, what's going on with this building? And it's so a follow-on step, once this apparatus is moved, there would be a subsequent proposal, presumably to demolish the building. Just to kind of get it off the
do
inventory.
you recall roughly, Angus, what the cost of the insurance is for that building?
Oh, it's under $1,000 a year. Yeah, it's not a dollar.
But there's a headache factor and an overhead factor in terms of having to deal with.
Yeah, very small, but I think the bigger concern is that I think, we have and public safety has is it is a uninhabited building and it's not really secured. If someone was to break in there, that potentially could go undetected for some period of time and something bad could happen.
The leagues use that for their bases.
They used it, not anymore. Nobody's used it for probably 7 or 8 years. The heat was shut off, everything, it was.
But I mean, to store like bases and things like.
I'm pretty confident that nothing, because of the stuff in the Energy Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
I was aware of what was going on with this building when they were deciding, whether to get the heck out of it. So there was a point where it was concluded to shut everything down. I mean, there's still power in there, but the buildings are needed. And it's not storage for anything anymore. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, the scout, I mean, I have a Girl Scout troop went upstairs for
Oh, really?
months of years, yeah.
Probably a family of raccoons.
Yes.
You did, yeah.
Article 24.
Okay, see the town will vote to transfer from available funds the sum of $15,000 to fund the purchase of 6 new automated external defibrillators, AEDs for public safety responders and townwide facilities, or take any other action related there. 6.
So do you have the rationale for this?
Yeah,
So is it
is this like a certain number going to be replaced every year? I mean, we must have more than 6.
We do. Yeah, yes, yeah, there's a rotation. And on one of the earlier packets, we'd sent out, I think in two different meetings, we'd sent out all the backup so that it would be in there. And yeah, it had a schedule of which, yeah, there's more than 6, definitely.
But it's to get them on like a rotating schedule to
Right.
make sure that they all don't die at the same time.
It seems a little high, but whatever. For,
Well, I priced them out. They're 2,000 each, the ones we were looking at, so.
so these would be 2,500.
I think they give you instructions as they go. They're not cheap. They're,
Yeah, many of them do. So do we have a company that monitors them and services them? Or is that just the?
Actually, I think the public safety, I think, I'm not sure if it's Mike or I don't recall. I mean, I sat in on presentation, on the class a while back, and we do it here internally. We monitor, just
I mean, like a service contract, like if something goes wrong with one of them, is there a company that?
yeah, I don't know the answer to that. But if one is used, then you have to.
Right.
So anyway,
no second.
no motion. Okay, well, I make a motion. I read it, but I make a motion to approve our. Aye. Article 25, to see if the town will transfer from available funds some $10,000 to fund the replacement / purchase of a new rescue airbag system, or take any other action related thereto.
Second.
These are this lifting system for heavy objects. So, say a car rolled over and needed to be moved in such a way so as not to further crush somebody. You'd use this instead of, imagine you trying to lift it with a tow truck or something. You slip this back. It's all based on, relatively low pressure, low surface area, and you can lift very heavy things with relatively low air pressure.
It's like deploying an airbag or something like that. It lifts it up.
So is this something we have already? What is replacement / purchasing?
Yeah, I think we do have one. I don't recall the details. I know I've heard Mike discuss it. Yeah, it says replacement / purchase, so that implies that we do have one currently. And maybe the old one is degraded. It is an airbag, so if it starts, if it leaks, it doesn't work. But I don't know for sure.
I'm sure.
I was gonna say it was in one of the old packets.
It was, yeah, I don't remember.
So I have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Article 26, to see the town of West transfer from available funds, sum of $14,500 to fund the replacement / purchase of 2 new saws and power tools, or take any other action related thereto. These are saws that would be used, say, to cut into a building if there was a fire, and they needed to either vent or get access to the inside of the building. So.
Cut the roof off.
Yeah, so right. So, I think that the saws that are built, they're battery powered. And I think they're designed pretty much to go through anything without destroying themselves. So, I should think that like saws are all on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
take off a car door kind of thing.
That sounds cool.
I'm sure Mike will let you.
These are your buying card.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I move that we approve Article 26.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Article 27, see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds a sum of $342 to reimburse prior fiscal year expenses incurred by the town committee member or town committee members or take any other action related thereto.
Second.
So this was a committee member spent some of their own money for it was related to somehow related to Concom, I guess I don't recall.
Yeah, there were actually two. One was related, it was actually Open Space Committee and Tree Committee, but I don't even want to get into those details unless there's a question.
Right, okay.
I think, they were both legitimate expenses, timely incurred, just not timely submitted. And so the reason that I put this in on annual instead of special is Jim and is as advised that instead of it being a 9/10 vote, it's a 4/5 vote if it's on an annual.
Okay.
So the idea is just to, hopefully not get into a hand count on this. Hopefully it's a unanimous vote,
Yeah.
because hand count for $342 is,
Right.
But just that lower threshold is helpful.
yeah.
Right.
So the reason why is because it's a prior year.
Correct. Yeah, basically anything incurred in the prior year has to either be expended or encumbered by July 15th, and that is a statutory deadline. There is no flexibility. And I think one of these was submitted in probably September. The other one came in like November. So I think, the lesson going forward is, I think the finance department, we want to do a better job of, I think we do a great job of sending to department heads those year-end things, but haven't necessarily sent it to all the committees. So these were expenses that no one knew were out there until months later we get them. It's like, we can't pay them legally. We cannot pay them without town meeting vote. So.
I think probably in general, it's not good practice for people to be buying things on their personal credit cards and then, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, I know in at least one of the instances, they were waiting for that committee to meet to approve the request. I told them later, like, just send us the request, like, even if, just so we know what's coming. Because we could have encumbered the funds very easily. That's just a memo to the town accountant. And they both said, just let it go. Don't worry about it. But I feel like we ought to make them whole.
Free cash. Can we do free cash?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
So now we're in the bylaws.
Rick, given the lateness of the hour, are we going to try to get through all these, or?
No, I'm good. We can, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we want to curtail it right this instant, but I don't think we're going to probably get through all of them. So if you want to, if there's some.
Why don't we do 28? Because it's in the.
Yeah, 28 seems really easy. Yeah.
See if the town will vote to accept the public way to lay out Sullivan's Court extension as heretofore laid out by the select board, which are more particularly on a plan entitled Sullivan's Court Extension Street Acceptance Plan dated March 9th, 2022, prepared by Warren Cameron Group, Inc. A copy of which is on file with the town clerk's office to authorize the select board to acquire by purchase, gift, and or eminent domain, the fee simple title or a permanent easement in said roadway for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of West Newbury, including utility purposes, main drainage, access, utility, and other easements related thereto. I make that motion. We approve that article, excuse me. Any discussion?
Did Wayne, is Wayne happy with this?
It's part of the planning board's handling all this. I know part of their closeout process is they get sign offs from every department, but I'm honestly not. I mean, I got a lot of other stuff I'm working on. This is in the planning board's realm. So I'm sure they wouldn't bring it forward It wasn't all there, but I don't have personal knowledge of it.
I requested select board to change that.
Well, no, because the select board under statute refers it to the planning board, which then refers a report back. So it does initiate here. I mean, I can get that for you. I just haven't. Just a lot of other stuff.
Okay, why don't we, hang on.
I want to wait. to
Yeah,
see,
okay.
right? I want to see, make sure it waits out.
Okay, great, all right, so I guess that's,
Withdraw the motion.
yeah, let's withdraw the motion.
Do you want-
Angus, did you want to comment, why don't we,
I was gonna say, do you want to do 34?
I mean, 31, you guys have already seen, or 30, I should say. The Affordable Housing Trust, you've already seen that.
yeah,
Make a motion to approve article. The housing trust, whatever.
the second,
Well, it's 30. I never want to, yeah.
yeah, the number might.
But the number is changing, so.
Yeah.
It's currently shown as our.
Yeah.
Second. Discussion? When do you have any questions?
Yeah,
it's
I'm
your-
not sure I can go with this.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, and Article 34, we talked about earlier.
We haven't adopted it, and we've been practicing it.
Okay, see if the town will vote to, so Article 34 reads, see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 140, Section 139, to authorize the waiving of fees for dog licenses for residents over the age of 70, or take any other action related thereto. I make that, I make a motion that we approve that. All in favor? Aye.
Right.
Angus, did you,
So,
have anything on the town manager?
well, just on the, so we got the special warrant still ahead.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's part of why I was raising a question on
Eight
time.
other
So,
articles.
so, you know, number 2 is gonna be, that's, you know, we'll have more information at the next meeting on the
Yeah.
scope and cost of the water study. I think 3, 4, 5, we can say are, let's talk about the next meeting on the soldiers and sailors.
Yeah,
Article 6, we'll have a better number at the next meeting. Article 7, and as you know, all these numbers will change. This is one where you'll note the number's a bit lower than the 118. That's because the Cable Advisory Committee, the 7,400 of that number was to get all these wires out of the way.
Yeah.
They're happy to have that paid out of PEG, so that's what
Right.
why that came down. I do think, as I said toward the beginning of the meeting, I think we want to break that down into at least 3 different articles, maybe just 3, but that would be 1 each for the 2 that individually trip the capital threshold.
Yeah.
And then maybe a third for everything else, unless you want to break them down further, but that would be what we would draft for the next round of the warrant. would
we
be.
have a lot of articles all in all.
Why do we want to do that?
Well, just because, so really because the CIC was only presented the 2 subsets of this that individually crossed the capital threshold, meaning
Okay.
or the 20,000. So just to have a cleaner report rather than something that says the CIC recommends this part of this article, but hasn't reviewed the other sections, that gets a little messy. And it wasn't done on purpose. It's just when Wayne, you know, he wrote a memo that had 7 items in it. And so it started to get treated as one article. And it wasn't until it went through CIC that everyone was like, that gets a little confusing if it seems like an a la carte type article. So,
Okay.
so since they named each of those
We got a
separately,
lot- We got a lot of articles.
we got a lot of different articles, yeah.
Yeah. So if it goes to 3, let's not go to 4.
Okay, ooh, okay, so we'll break that into 3. And so let's talk about that more at the next meeting. The Emerald Ash Board, do you want to go ahead and take a motion on that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Article 8, it's to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds, some $34,000 to fund a townwide audit of the effects of the Emerald Ash Borer on all our public rights of way. Ash trees, we're taking it or action related there too.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good. So we've at least shortened the list considerably for the next meeting, so. Great, thank you. FinCom update is just, update. The MyRec is gangbusters. I mean, it's really going well. We've had very few glitches, and it's processed hundreds of transactions. So that's been great.
So are you doing facilities yet, or is it? just
We haven't
online?
encouraged it. I did go ahead and turn off the functionality for reserving fields because I didn't want, that's a different issue. The facilities, we did have one request come in, and they used it, and unfortunately, it was an insider. It was Nathan Kelly with the Boy Scouts, and so he knew he was the guinea pig, which was nice because we could say, "Hey, if it doesn't work, tell us." So we haven't. The functionality is there, but we haven't promoted it because we want to make sure everyone with a role in that is totally comfortable with it. I think everyone's seen enough to know it is going to work really well, but we have definitely emphasized training the summer rec piece of it more than the facilities, just because of the urgency of getting that done. So we got to set up some more trainings. Yeah, I also think the written policy on facilities rental has now been kind of subsumed onto this site, and at some point we might want to look at either repealing that or maybe saying like it can be communicated through this online portal, because it's kind of like we've got this written policy it's now been like it's all there, but it's in different parts. The insurance is in one part, the indemnification is in one part, the fees are in one part. It's not like a single document in the online version. So couple of items. So the annual roadside cleanup, this Barbara Hawk's always been really, the driver of this. She's approached my office last week. She's really not able to do it this year, which is totally fine. Last year, town office staff did more than they had in prior years. This year, we just do a little more. We are going to need to pin down a date. I thought about asking Fred when he was in, but I thought better of it. Last year, it was on the same day as an Arbor Day event, and I remember there being a little bit of hard feelings about that. Prior years before that, it had been on Earth Day. So I think it's going to be, ought to be one or the other, one of those Saturdays.
Yeah, so Earth Day is the 22nd.
Right.
And Saturday, the 23rd, like based on the
Yeah.
tradition, that would be
Yeah.
the day
Yeah.
that would be done.
Yep,
And the Saturday Fred was talking about for the.
would be the
Arbor Day
30th,
celebration,
right.
The next Saturday.
Yep.
So if it was Saturday, the 23rd, that
Mhm.
would probably make sense.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We have a new DPW administrative assistant starting tomorrow, so we're gonna get that person right on it. There's not a whole ton to do, but there is some work, and that's coming right up, so. Memorial Day Parade, we do know the date that will be, which will be Memorial Day.
Wow.
And yeah, we're way ahead of the game on that one. And we got a working meeting in a couple of days with some key staff and departments. And we've also been contacted by 2 volunteers. So I've invited them to that meeting as well. I have a really good punch list that I used back in 2019. So I'm planning to go into that meeting well organized and divvy up responsibilities so it doesn't fall too heavily on any one desk. So I'll have more to report at the next meeting. But at this point, we are a little behind on the calendar compared to where we were a couple of years ago in the parade, but we don't have a lot of people here yet. So it's been pretty busy. I think it'll come together very nicely.
Unfortunately, it's not, won't be as complicated, as big an event as the bicentennial.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely did some over and above things with like army bands and things that I gather hadn't been part of prior parades, and we're part of that one. To add it to the lead time. yeah, we have some work to do on that, for sure. And then the last, the continuing disclosure, I just threw that in as informational. We do those every year, and I don't know that we often share them, but
I've never seen one. That
Yeah.
sounds pretty interesting.
yeah, I mean, that's, we do that every year. It's always right around March. It's always comes at budget time, at capital time. It's just that extra bit of thing. It's not, we don't just rubber stamp it. I mean, we go through it and it takes some time to do that. So
That's a lot of work. yeah.
it is a fair amount of work, and that's,
So there's one thing. There's one typo that's.
oh no.
But it's kind of important because it changes things from 5 figures to 6 figures, so that's.
Which typo are you seeing?
Okay, the area about OPEB.
These are numbered pages, so
Yeah, but I didn't put the third paragraph. Which is near the, it's near the end.
it's on page 34. So right, the last page of the report, it looks like is so. Oh, I see it.
Third paragraph.
Yeah, no, I see it. Last sentence. And a balance of 2,85. Yeah, all right. So
Nice catch.
we send it to Hilltop, sends it to us. We send it back to them. It goes back and forth 6, 7, 8 times to get to every last one. Up until this one, I have always personally proofed every single change to make sure they made it before. This was the first time I have not done that because we are that busy.
But you know, if
I
you're not checking it
didn't
out.
want to be in the mud, but it seemed like that might be important.
We can do a corrected one. This is only from, actually, it's only dated a few days ago, so.
But it does give the right number in the sentence above it, so it's not really that.
Yeah. it's-
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it's kind of a redundant sentence anyway.
Strike the sentence.
Yeah, we'd strike the sentence.
How else can get it all to Archie to?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a redundant sentence. All right, I'll mark that one. So yeah, we have to do one of these for every borrowing. We also have to do one of these for Pentucket for their borrowing because we're one of their. So we have to do a number of these every year, always in like the February, March timeframe. It's always just that extra thing that's.
So, I mean, how do you do all this? It must be just change the numbers.
We work a lot of hours, Archie.
No, but this is a tremendous amount of work.
It's most, yeah, no, Hilltop, they mark up, like, these are the sections that need to be updated.
Okay,
So the first one I did, I went through like a cold read, but then from there on, yeah, there's ones that, they highlight the sections that need to be updated, and then some of it, most of the data comes from the finance department, some of the data comes from the building department or the assessing or so on and so forth. So part of it's just gathering data from others and
it's
combining
very
it all.
interesting because it gives like trends. You never get to see things, what happened 4 years ago, you can't remember. Right?
Mhm.
This gives trends, it's very, I read the whole thing.
Good.
I haven't gotten through the whole thing, but
Yeah.
there's a lot in there, and some of what I saw clarified things that I didn't understand as well before.
Yeah, this, when we talk about continuing disclosures, that's what this is. So it is, it's-
So when will the 2020 census numbers be available? This still is 2010.
Use 2010. I'm sure at least use 2020.
no, we don't have 2020 census numbers. US Census?
Yeah, 4,500.
Is that an official number?
Yeah,
As of when?
as of 2020.
What?
They released it, yeah.
I mean, I think they were still, like, in the housing stuff, they were saying that they didn't have 2020 numbers
That's
yet.
the official number from the state that they gave me. 4,500.
I remember we commented on it because it's.
I always thought it was like 2023 before this. It's, I think it's like,
Yeah. no,
Yeah,
it's on-
that
it's on
doesn't sound like
two
a-
exact, yeah. But that's what the state lists as our census number.
as
from-
the official US Census number.
Yeah.
Really? Huh, I don't
I mean,
remember
it may-
seeing a town clerk report on that.
It was like day one when I got here. It was
I'm
on my
just
desk
saying.
when I got here and I was like, what's this? Let's open it up.
Well, you gotta tell people these things, Jim.
Many people have asked me the number. I think they updated 2023 to be more. accurate.
Yeah, when I was in, yeah, anyway,
But
I always
that
thought it was
number-
like 3 years after the, before you had like a true
2021,
number.
they said the number that they released is 4,500. And I remember Archie was like, that's really exact. So exact this meeting, so you were present.
That's the ran counter to your theory. Picking it up.
I know.
Yeah. I think that's why it stood out to him so much, is because he's used to the random
It
numbers.
could be.
Hey, you know, every once in a while, statistically, it's possible.
Every once in a while, when you bounce your checkbook, assuming you still have a checkbook, the number ends with a 00.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I know, Wendy, you said you had a topic for a future meeting, right?
Yeah, so,
That was the one about the Dunn property?
yeah, so could we invite Ann to come in and say what she wants to do, or what should the process be if somebody wants to do work?
no, I think it's great. That's
Okay.
nice. It's my
Do we have
understanding.
time on the next agenda?
I mean, it shouldn't
It should
take
be-
a
Yeah.
tremendous amount of
You
time.
sent me a couple photos.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an opportunity to talk with Ann a little bit too about so that they could picture, you know.
So is this overlapping with the other project?
Well, that's what I want to know,
Yeah.
if we can get them.
Yeah.
Save us $9,000.
She also was interested in other properties in the Shaw's farm today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she offered to watch the property.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, I move that we adjourn. Very good. Discussion.
No
All
discussion.
in favor?
For
No.
loaning, so-
Nobody else agreed.